play. These three words, they're the ones that I live by. With bug eyes, there's nothing that he can't find. We all fly, don't give Buckman the stink eye. Do or die, Schmuel Buckman's an old guy. Schmuel rock and roll, Schmuel rock and roll. Go toe to toe with Buckman, he will eat your freaking soul, no doubt. It's Schmuel rock and roll, it's Schmuel rock and roll, Schmuel rock and roll. We get buck with Buckman, we know you're up to something.
Welcome, everyone. It's Saturday night, and I am Schmuel Buckman. And if I knew how to change it, I would. But Evmux, I'll blame Evmux. I learned this from Cardiff. Blame Evmux for everything. Do 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 do. So when you go into EVMux and hit go live, it puts up your last stream. So Schmuel rock and roll. I've got my shooting glasses on because I want to shoot. And there we go. Let's pop this one up. Ice Dancer, where's Final Boss? I don't know. I do not know. Tonight, friends, we just got here and it's been a rush. Hopefully, Final Boss will be joining us in a bit if he wants to come on. I have not heard from the Final Boss other than Go Live was a DM I received from him a little while ago. And that was at 10 o'clock. But I was not prepared. So let me pop Final Boss, the linky, just so he has it. And there we go, kids. At the Final Boss. Final Boss does have it. He is certainly a man of mystery. Ray's live talking smack. All is good. I wonder if Ray's smacking me. I got the text from Ray that he was going live at 10:35. I don't know if he did. Good evening, Jake Hudson. We have like 8 viewers at this point, so let me welcome Cigarette Jones is here, Mint Diggity is here, Hola Mint, and Mint, Merry Christmas, my friend. And I'll send you over a note that I wrote you earlier, and we'll do that. Let me pull these out. Can you tell? This was a racy stream. Merry Christmas to Jake Hudson in Mississippi. I always find that very funny. Sorry, just got a DM that made me chuckle. And we have some friends going on. Stevie, no Jakey tonight, but you are welcome to join if you'd like. I will pop you over the link. Nasty Neal will be joining us. I asked him, did he have a Merry Christmas? Man, Christmas in the Buckman household is quite amazing because I do not. We don't need. We don't need no porn bombing tonight. And let's do. I have to say, guys, I have for some reason fucking Twitter X, whatever we're calling it these days. It has me very confused. One, I can't figure out their algorithm. People that I follow are putting stuff up, and it's not showing up in my stream or whatever you want to call it for like 13 hours. So yeah, and Christopher Martin, you didn't get up there long enough. Let's leave Christopher up. And it's funny, man. My ex-wife posted me. I think that was the name of the guy that she was with. And Jake Hudson. Thank you, Jakey. Jake Hudson gifted 1 Schmuel Buckman membership. Thank you, Jake. Jake, we will have you on over the Christmas holiday. Tonight, unfortunately, I got stuff I'm going to go over, and I'm not too terribly prepared. And so did I just send you guys? Holy shit. I've been sending you guys a super tip link because Schmuel is an idiot. I wound up sending out the link to whatever. Jake, stop. Don't send me gifted memberships, Jake. I totally appreciate it. Thank you, Jake, that you gifted 5 memberships. Jake, you are an awesome good egg. And but please don't spend your money here. I'd rather you spend it and take care of yourself. But Merry Christmas, my friend. I'm really happy for you. And Terry Nee was gifted a membership. John Mack was gifted a membership. Big W got a Jake membership. Nasty Neal got a Jake membership. And Jake, you are the best. And let me redo. Let me just make a note of that so I can repay the favor, and we can all keep going and keep this all around, paying it forward. Let's contrary to popular opinion, let's keep the Dabbleverse growing. And we all like your content, brother. Keep it up. That is to Brian Clowder 3865, and that has to be going to, I'm sure, Mr. Jake Hudson. And joining me tonight in his festive gear is
Hello.
Nasty Neal.
Hey, how's it going? Hope I don't
Nas-
anger you with all the festivities.
No, I'm never
Okay.
angered by festivities. I like festivities. Just I'm going through some chats here, so I want to grab some stuff here. Stevie Lou Comedy. Schmuel, how are you handling panhandler backstabbing you and going on Tukey? Anyone that knows me or has streamed with me or done anything with me knows that I encourage people who appear on Schmuel Talk to go
Is that an
on.
oxymoron, Stevie Lou Comedy?
I want to go I want them on every show. I've been the
Spread the
AAA.
word of Schmuel.
I've been the not really, but more. I feel like I'm a AAA farm club, you know.
Yeah. No,
And
in all
I like to
seriousness.
bring people on. Let me finish. I like to bring people on. Panhandler's first appearance on any show was on this show, because I encouraged him to go on, and I encourage everybody to go on other shows and other streams, and let's all get to know people. And I am a firm believer that we're not really in competition. We
Right.
are that this universe is big enough for all of us,
Mm.
and we should rock and roll that, and let's do that. I don't like the notion of telling people not to go on other shows.
No, it's silly.
It's a personal thing. Now, let us go over to our layers in EV Mux and adjust Neal and I a bit. So we're a bit moved over and you can see us. And speaking of Neal, it was very funny. I mentioned to somebody that you were going to be on today, and I got, you mean podcast poison.
Oh, wow.
So, which encouraged, yeah, they did some of the corrective shit because I do not have to wear glasses. So it wasn't, I imagine that it probably was LASIK, but I feel like, they threw that in. But I do know I didn't have to pay anything, that the insurance paid for everything. So there's that. Because when I first checked out LASIK, it was going to cost me like $8,000 or something.
Yeah. Yeah, mine cost a bit.
And I thought I was prepped to pay it, but my insurance wound up covering all of it, which kind of blew me away. Hey, I want to congratulate Felicia Gillespie tonight. She is monetized.
Oh, nice.
So there we go, kids.
Yeah, and I'm on Super Tip starting today.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I am on Super Tip as well. It's supertip.gg/Buckman. And if I had prepped the show the way that I normally do, that would have been the link in chat and it would have been pinned.
Yeah, you just sent me that link. I thought you were just trying to get me to pay you some money or something.
Oh, I thought it was pretty funny. I didn't even realize it until you said it, to me. And it was actually from last night. I was on with Spurg and BYB, and Spurg was talking about, something about the leaderboard, and that's what that link is to the leaderboard. And I don't remember, but I think the 3 all-timers were Melton, Schmuel, and someone else. I wish I could remember all 3.
I'll look here quick. All time, yeah, it's Melton, Perry Caravello, and the Schmuel Network.
And the Schmuel Network, right. So there we go. And you are on IMDb. They're putting into the chat. Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just I've got an IMDb page. It's no big deal. Don't.
Yeah, as long as they have the right one, because if it says I was in Dirty Dancing, that's not the right Neal Jones. That's a different Neal Jones.
Did you have to do you have to change your name or any of that stuff?
No, it's like under Neal Jones 2 or 3 or something like that, but it'll just come up Neal Jones. But when I first got on social media, I had several people contact me asking me to do interviews about Dirty Dancing, and I was very confused. I just thought they thought I was this giant Dirty Dancing fan or something.
I just remember I was listening to a Bill Murray interview one night, and they asked him about his brother. And apparently there was another Brian Murray, and he couldn't register that name. I don't know if that was a union thing.
Yeah, I think it is, because I know people had to add an initial or the same name as someone else.
Yeah, so the grandmother was a Doyle, and that's where they came with Brian Doyle Murray. So um, I would love to have a brother who is big and famous on
Yeah.
Saturday Night Live. There are several people that got this thing going, but without Dave Sarah, there would be no Schmuel Talk. So he encouraged me to do it, and helped me get it going. So
So
I
blame
can't.
Dave.
Yeah, I do, and there's always, there's the Klein host that helped. Um, uh, Numero Uno, Josh Denny fan, all those guys that encouraged me in the beginning. But I enjoyed. Dave was great because in the beginning I was like, I wasn't used to this. I was getting mercilessly
Did you
shit
stream
on.
at all before like the Dabbleverse? Like, did you do like something else or?
I never streamed before maybe October of last year, maybe November, December. I think I might have done a stream or two. And I didn't really start this show until the beginning of 2025.
Was that Dabbleverse related when you streamed the first time?
Yeah, only Dabbleverse related because that's how I got into YouTube and stuff, and that's how I knew people. And I'd been to a few Dabbleverse events, and it was like, oh, this is fun. Let me give this a shot. And good, hey, Kevin Brennan makes $200,000 a year. This is going to be a snap.
Right.
Um,
So you're right up there now, right? You're making 200 grand.
Oh yeah. I'm lucky if I get 100 a month
Right.
out of this. And if they posted the bottom of the board instead of the leaderboard on Super Tips, I'm sure I would be there as well.
That's a way to shame people to do better.
Yeah. Sam Bibley is this is a slow chat tonight. Where is everyone? We are up against I feel like every show
live.
in the Dabbleverse. Yeah.
Felicia's live. Stuttering John is live for his second show.
Second show of.
Yeah. I think he's saying he's going to leave again forever.
How would you feel if he did?
I don't care. I personally don't care, but I do think it affects all the other shows to some degree, but I don't know if it does as much as it would have like a couple years ago, because you have you have Karmic now that people really watch. You've got a lot of new people that I really think would just move up in the world of people that they snipe and whatnot.
Yeah. And how do you feel about sniping in general? Do you have like a general opinion on sniping?
I think if you do it, you really have to add something. Because a lot of people do it and they literally just watch the show. And even I think that even if you are adding something to it, I think the idea of watching an entire show is a little strange to me. When people show clips and talk about the clip, I don't see that as an issue. But I think when you actually are sniping the other live show, like the entire show, that's a completely different thing.
One of the arguments that I've had over and over again, and when I say argument, I'm not talking about us fighting and yelling, but just like a debate, discussion, debate, difference of opinion, stuff like that is on about the sniping. And early on, I kept super chats that would not have been sent.
Yeah, well, I think since they share, I think most people who watch Ray knew him from Kevin. They knew him from MLC. So when MLC would go live, I do think it did take away super chats from Ray, because it would. There is an audience that watch KB that's very loyal to him and would be like, oh well, I don't want to send Ray super chats while Kevin's on. I'm going to go and send it to him instead, or just not send any at all. I think it's different if it's someone. If he was sniping someone that didn't share an audience or people didn't know, it could actually bring new people over there. Actually, I've seen it with Stuttering John. I like some of the people who snipe him, but I did notice that some of his regulars that would send in hateful super chats to John, they stopped doing it when other people were sniping him, because instead they just went over to those chats and chatted with everybody for free.
And look, it's what happened to Catalano, right? So Catalano had banned all these people from his chat. And so then these other guys set up the Catalano network or something, whatever it
Yeah.
was called.
I honestly
Uh,
don't know a lot about Joey C, but you can explain it to me.
Right, but anyway, Joe. But the point, it's a sniping point, not necessarily a Joey C point. But what happened was everybody went over to this new channel that was sniping Joey C because of the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Because Joey had blocked so many people that his chat was uninteresting,
Right.
and
And that's a big part of the Dabbleverse, or even not even just a Dabbleverse, but streaming in general is the chat. That's why I don't like it when I know a lot of people do it in jest, but when people actually look down on their free chat, really it's just the chat. It's not the regular chat is the free chat. You know what I mean? And if someone's nice enough to tip you or send in a super chat, that's like a bonus. But I think it is kind of gross when people they're the poors and they don't matter. And I know some people find that funny. I'm not really a big fan of that.
some of it's a gimmick.
Yeah. Some of it's in
I
jest, as I'm saying, but some of it isn't.
I'm learning, a lot, things, and it's hard. I started with the chat. The chat, if
Yeah, I
it
did
weren't
too.
for the chat, I wouldn't be here, right? The chatters, that was what made the show, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I had nothing. I was nervous. I didn't know what I was doing, and we could go into the chat. And then eventually, you got monetized. You have super tip. You have these things, and it would be nice to make enough money to cover my expenses, right? Evmux is $50 a month plus the camera and the mics, and just all the shit. And people do give me advice. Hey, Mersh, what's going on, pal? Uh, People do give me advice, telling me how to handle the
Right.
chat and how to get people over to.
Well, I think there's a
Hey,
difference between not popping up every free chat and then actually looking down on the people in the chat and you guys are poor and you don't matter and and never paying attention to them.
yeah, and that's the thing is but there's a system that people have for moving people over to uh free from free chat to paid chat,
Yeah.
and a process that they use and stuff. And there's a lot of things that I feel uncomfortable with, and that's one of them. So because I I like the free chat. I also like super chats,
Yeah, who
right? I
doesn't?
mean,
Right, right.
and it's nice. I have to say, it's nice to be able to say to the missus, well, because she's wondering, why are you doing this with sort of fake friends in her mind? Um, she's like, I can say, well, we made $50 tonight.
Right, right.
And then she's like, oh, okay. It doesn't seem as strange then if you're making a couple of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
right? But who knows? But she doesn't really understand much of this stuff.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people in the Dabbleverse realize how different the Dabbleverse super chats are to really the rest of the internet. Most of other communities don't get as many super chats, not even close. Even big shows that's just not a thing that you just sit there and you send in super chat after super chat to get people to read it.
This is very funny. Schmuel lied. He does have eyelids.
Ah,
Um,
could be prosthetics.
I wanted to get. Hold on. There was one
I don't
chat
have a belly button.
that I wanted to put up here, which I thought was very funny. This is the very loving ice dancer to her man. Stop, Mersh. You're driving. He texted us while he was driving. Mersh, no chatting and driving.
It's very funny if she's in the car with him. They
It
don't
would,
talk. They don't talk, and there's communicating through the chat room.
and and Sam Bibley ratting him out. Ice Dancer, he said in Tommy Jordan's chat this morning he was going to watch YouTube while driving. I told him not to, and he said, I'll listen.
I remember that, actually.
I
yeah.
told him to drive the car. That's very funny. I dig Dr. Chow because he's a mind reader. I knew he would stop mid-sentence to address Mersh. Our illustrious mod, the best mod in the business, Siggy Jones, put him up on the screen, and since
think
we
we're
have
related.
it set to on Evmux, it goes off after they go off after about 18 seconds or something, or 20 seconds. So I always feel this rush to like read them before we go. We'll talk about this in just a second when it comes to, I have to write this down, on the Kevin Brennan
It's
thing.
kind of what I mean, though, like, because it's not the #1 watch show in the world, but it's like the super chats are like so high up.
Well, we've got to like, I was trying to do some stuff today to, I like to delve into how this all works, the numbers and all of that stuff. And there's a, part of the thing is it's interesting that they, with the categories, right? Like Kevin Brennan is in the comedy category. And I wish I could remember. It wasn't other shows. It might have been ATP. It might have been one of those. They're in an entertainment category. So is Kevin one of the top super chat receivers? So, which is sort of a very big, I mean, that's like their big bucket of, well, we can't figure this out. And the algo is not, no one would call this comedy. So I can understand their algorithm.
Someone in the Dabbleverse, you should change your category to like biology or something. And then you could be like, we're the #1 super chatted show in all of biology.
There's a YouTube guy. So there are a million YouTube guys that tell you how to do things and whatnot. But one of the guys I watch is a guy named Dave Jeltema, Jeltema. And I think it was it was quite a while ago. And they were talking about like A/B testing.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not, and again, I apologize to Chow for not knowing exactly what it was, because it was just sort of interesting, but not specific, was what would happen if you put in your description, like say you're a Dabbleverse show, but you put in your description biology, right?
Yeah,
Encephalology, things like that. And you did that, and then you did the, in A, and then in B, you put the people that are actually on your show. Would it make any difference? So I do know there's A/B testing.
Yeah, you
I
can
don't
do that
know
right
how
on
to,
YouTube now.
yes, and I don't know how to do it, but it would be a fun experiment if somebody would like to try it.
Yeah, I don't think it lets you experiment with what like category, but definitely with the descriptions, the thumbnails, that kind of stuff.
But you could do, that's what I'm saying is, like, let's say you put up I put up my Schmuel Bug Eye logo in one thing, and on the other thing I put
Just
like,
put some
the
hot
picture
lady
from
or
an
something.
electronic microscope and
Right.
see, does that get it? Cooking stuff is very popular, so that might be interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if they do anything if after a while, like, it's clear you just put yourself in a category you don't belong. Do they kick you out, or?
From what little I've been able to determine, no, you decide your category, but the algorithm, I would imagine, would override it.
Yeah. I used to do because I don't drink anymore, but I used to do drinking videos where I would make cocktails, and Dr. McGillicuddy's. After just like a couple weeks, they contacted me and would send me like cases of free Dr. McGillicuddy's, and they'd send me like all kinds of like stuff to send out to people, like hoodies and foam fingers and all this stuff. So yeah, maybe I should go back to doing that. I'll make mocktails.
Right. No one has sent me anything free, except I do have a Amazon wish list.
That got Karmic in trouble. He said
which may have which may have I don't know. It's probably got 5 things on it, but somebody did send me a little Stream Deck MK2.
Oh, that's nice.
And the gift was from Anonymous. So I have an idea. I think I know who sent it to me, but I'm not sure. And since it's not here, I'm not looking at it. So speaking of overusing Stream Deck and Rodecaster, Chad Zumach
Is he here?
loves hitting those buttons.
He does, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember, did Ray ever get one? I remember he really wanted one at one point. He thought it would like completely change his podcast if he had one.
I don't know. Never asked him, never talked about it. And the way for Ray, because we're sort of similar in the moving around. I stream from 3 different places.
Mhm.
It's best to if the mobile one on a tablet is probably the best way to go, because
Yeah.
then you don't have to carry this thing and plug it in.
I didn't bring my baseball cards tonight.
By the way, I think somebody, Cigarette Jones, Carmic's Amazon wish list had a Sybian on it. I do believe that somebody added that.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't understand how he says it cost him money though. Like I get that someone could hack into it and or take stuff out and put silly stuff in it, but I don't see how, because he says he like lost thousands of dollars, and I don't really understand that part.
I think basically what he did is he added up the total value of every item that he
someone could
had
have
on
bought
his
him?
wish list, and people had added it, and he just said, "Oh, that's the amount of money I lost."
Yeah, that doesn't really work that way.
No kidding. And you
Yeah.
guys know Karmic, so
Yeah.
anything he says is up to debate,
Yeah, it's
right?
like someone didn't. Yeah, if I put in like a $50,000 item and someone didn't send it to me, be like, I'm out $50,000 now.
Yeah, I think his thing was more, no single note is probably more than a sentence or 2.
Oh, okay.
So,
I think KB does that too, but it's just all his favorite super chats.
well, he also takes the phone, right?
Yeah, yeah. He also writes them down. He writes. It's very strange. He probably has more pictures of his super chats than he does like his family.
Yeah, there's a lot of being old like me, and guys like KB and I who are of a similar age, we didn't learn typing in school, right?
I thought you did learn typing, really?
And the internet and that stuff came out. Boys didn't learn typing.
Right.
And the internet came about later, smartphones came later. So it was always notes. And I've been one of those guys that for the most part has always carried around, as Adam Carolla would call it, a buck slip. I always had a little piece of paper and a pen in my pocket, and I would write shit down during the day.
Oh, yeah,
And again, I would never look at them again. I wouldn't find them until years later. So
I won my first computer in the 6th grade, 1988. So there was only like one other kid I knew that had a computer, but it was a few years later when they became like pretty much everyone had them.
Yeah, when they first came out, the Apple was sending them to schools, and my dad's second wife was a teacher, and she had one at home. I don't know which Apple it was, but it was an Apple, and I remember being able to make some designs on it, and I just remember my father like, "Well, what's the point? You could do that with ink and a pad.
Yeah.
This has to be doing something." But what's interesting to me today is back then they were calling things dumb terminals. I don't know if you've ever
No.
heard that. So dumb terminals were, instead of you having everything on your computer, they would be in some central location.
Oh, kind of like the cloud is today.
Your computer, and that's what developed into the cloud, and nobody knows that.
Yeah, mine was a
Anymore.
Vendex Head Start was the computer I won in 1988.
I did have an initial Tandy Radio Shack one, but never really used it very much.
And then it was weird because like I was a certain age where the computers were just starting to come along. So I was in computer programming my senior year, and it was me and like a couple like seniors. But then the rest of the class were ninth graders, were freshmen, because like just those 4 years it had advanced so much. Like people my age were just starting to use computers, but people younger than us were growing up with them.
And so, part of the thing with me is having been in like business for a long time and mostly self-employed and small businesses and stuff for a good part of my career. Everybody was always trying to sell you everything. So they always had to come up with a new name. So that's where probably the dumb terminal thing came from. But it was very funny because it's everything needed a new name. They wouldn't just, you couldn't just sell a computer terminal
Right, right.
or a computer the next year. But
I can't remember the computer language I learned, but I know that it became obsolete the very next year. The year I graduated, they stopped teaching it and they started teaching a C+. I can't remember what it was, but it's a completely obsolete computer language that I learned. So.
When I was in college, I had to learn some Fortran and some Pascal.
Pascal, that's the one. That's it.
And it was wild because the books were old. It was like
Right.
not that they were out of print. I don't know if they were or not, but we would go to there was a Barnes and Noble in Manhattan that sold old used textbooks and stuff, and you get this book, and of course it's the giant like old telephone book kind, and the pages would be falling apart, and but I never did find a new one. So, and that was that was then COBOL. That was another one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. And it was AP, it was advanced placement computer programming, and then the next year was completely obsolete.
Yeah, not for me. Most of high school was sans computer, and then the school that I went to was actually one of the first with a computer, and it was in a room that was air conditioned,
It's like
and
a
it had
giant computer like in 2001: A Space Odyssey.
right, and it had the tape, the key punch tape.
Right.
And during high school, I worked several jobs. In one of the places I worked, there were key punch operators that were key punching the
Yeah.
stuff in. And what a that's some old school shit that we're boring our people with. So I brought you on tonight because you seem to have gotten yourself in a couple of arguments. The main one that I first noticed was when you were on Stuttering John and Ava.
Yeah.
And we're not going to talk about that tonight because
I've talked a lot about that one. Yeah.
I don't have any real background on that, except that I do remember that night I was DMing both you and Ava while you were on, and Ava was screaming at you at some point, and I'm like, he's agreeing with you.
Yeah, it's very weird. I will like to talk briefly. Like I won't go into complete details, but it's odd because I had agreed with her and John, but I didn't agree enough. It was like I agreed, but I didn't agree with every exact detail, which angered them a lot. It seemed like if I would have completely disagreed, it would have been better than just having a slight disagreement. Like you would think I was like horrendous to these people the way they're screaming at me.
That was the strange part. It was like they'd have 4 points and you'd agree with 3 of them.
Right.
And the entire focus was on the one you didn't agree with, and you were a giant trashy piece of shit because you didn't agree with that one point. And Avo used to be on my stream a lot, and she hasn't been on since a lot of the Stuttering John stuff started, and then our relationship sort of fell apart when I did a Husey appearance. But there is a movement afoot to have us do a stream together, and we will do that. And I don't have any problem doing it. I don't want to have a shouting match. I'd like to go over, if we could go over points, like what is it that you actually are mad at me about, and I will tell you exactly what it is that I'm
She seemed to
disappointed
be
about.
really well liked, like, not that long ago, and then, since she became friends with John again, it seems like she has, like, broken, relationships with a lot of people.
Uh, Look, I feel like Ava has always been a contentious figure,
Mhm.
um, and she's always had arguments with people. The reason why her and I think, got along is because we were able to argue each other to the point where it would be a conversation and not a screaming match, and there had to be some give and take on both sides, and I have 0 interest or concern, about her gender, and
Yeah,
so
I don't I've never brought that up. That's the only thing that kinda made me, mad was, John she didn't, to her credit, but John, after, like, John would kick me off multiple times, and then he would bring up that I was anti-trans, and I was like, "I never brought that up about her." I've always
yeah.
called her her, I've never said anything of I've never shared her old pictures or anything like that.
My line used to be was, "She's got a great rack." I mean, that
Yeah.
would be the only thing, because I I always find that whenever I'm in an argument with somebody, I said this about Chad the other day, which is, when you're in a discussion, a conversation with somebody, and you're disagreeing on a point, and they launch into "you're old and ugly and going to be dead soon."
Yeah, or if you
Um,
call someone fat, or it's just like, yeah, okay, like, at that point, it's hard to take your point seriously after that.
but why are we bothering? I mean, that's my I look, you are not serious about this. You don't want to have a discussion. So let's just move on. And we could sit here and throw insults at each other in the way we look, right? And so uh there we go. And Sam Bibley, let's just see. Hold on. Thank you, Neal, for briefly mentioning that Ava did not call you transphobic when you were crusading against her. You accused her of that repeatedly, though. It was
No,
frustrating.
that's not exactly true. She's so when, John would kick me off and John would start saying he's anti-trans, she would say, "No, John, don't say that." But what I did say, that which was part of how the argument, originally originated, was I was on with her, and well, she was on with Keanu, and she was saying that people, said that she wanted attention because she was a woman and because she was trans. And so when I was on the show with them, I was like, I don't think that's the reason. People say that about everybody who goes on these shows in the Dabbleverse. Clearwater Chad, when he started going to shows, Tommy Jordan, when he came around, they did it to me when I was around. Everybody who goes on these shows, they're like, you're looking for attention, you're clout chasing. And she would go into chat rooms and ask for the links, which I don't even have a problem with, because that is how you go on a show. If you don't really, if your name's not out there, you go in there and you say, "Hey, give me a link," whatever. But you can't say like, people are only saying I'm looking for attention because I'm a woman or I'm trans, when you're also asking for links. And that was my point. Was that is why they were saying that you're looking for attention.
I got it. And Ava is a loquacious individual. She likes to talk. She likes to argue. Um, I don't think it's gender related.
No,
uh,
no, I don't either.
and and she does. I do. I got back at her on Twitter the other day, because it's like, even her, and this is kind of what I was trying to point out to her the other day, is that um, she loves to say, if I have an opinion that she disagrees with, she'll go, "Ugh, some boomer propaganda," or something. And my attitude is, eh,
It's
it's
basically what you're. Yeah, it's the same
right.
kind
It's
of idea. Yeah.
it's transphobic when people say that about you, but it's fine to judge my age is the reason why I don't know the answer to, is that why I don't know the answer to the question? Do you not know the answer to the question because you're trans? That was kind of what I was trying to point out. Um, Neal, I don't know if it's one person or a bunch. Your voice is your voice. I get, right? Like,
Right.
you're
Right.
not,
Honestly, what are you saying? What my voice is? Like, who am I? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, your voice
Oh,
is.
I honestly just try to be sensible, which which I used to think maybe that's not that most exciting. But Pat Dixon like talked to me, and he's just like, because he felt the same way sometimes. Like maybe I'm too boring for the Dabbleverse, and is like, but he's like, you need some people that just like, oh, this is just how I see it, and I think it kind of counterbalances people who are over the top and dramatic.
Gotcha. All right, Sam Bibley, and I don't know if this is for you or for me. Okay, you also accused her of using her transness as a shield in fights I'm going to say multiples of times. She was bending over backwards to get you to understand why it was pissing her off, but you didn't get it.
Yeah, but I mean, she has done that. That's kind of what I just said about saying that she was about looking for attention because she was a woman and she was trans. And in my opinion, I don't agree with that. I think they do that across the board in the Dabbleverse. Like us, when Tommy came around, that's what everyone and people still say about him. When I first started coming on shows, people said about me. People said that about Clearwater Chad. Just about everybody, honestly. Panhandler says that about me all the time, and he's on way more shows than I am.
I have gotten accused of it
Right?
myself,
Yeah.
and my attitude would it had more to do with me with I was seeking guests, and I would try to find guests that I thought were going to draw interest and be popular and people that I wanted to talk to. Um, and that would be, oh, it's clout chasing. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm building a show. And it turns out that the people that accuse you most, at least in my circumstance, of clout chasing are they themselves either clout chasers or look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the final boss.
Yo,
What's
what
up?
up, Buckman? Hi,
Hey,
Neal.
bud.
Long time no see.
Yeah, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, my computer wasn't letting me do it, so I have to
Okay.
yeah.
Well, it's good to see you. Sometimes I mess around with you in the chat, but I hope you know I'm just
Of
messing.
course, Neal.
All right.
Of course, you're not like the others.
I try not to ever be mean spirited, but
Yeah. No, I know.
all right.
We go way back to the Rob Saul
Mhm.
era, and I miss Rob. By the way, people were talking about it.
Yeah, so I hope he's doing well. Like honestly, it's probably good for his peace of mind to not be involved because
Yeah.
even though it was entertaining when he would really react to stuff, I don't think that was necessarily good for him either.
No, and when he got a second job, it was just like, why bother anymore, But I do miss him.
No, I was like Rob, even though he blocked me. Oddly enough, he blocked me over Ava because we were on it was John's birthday show, and Ava came on, and Ava and Rob were fighting, and then Rob got mad at me because I didn't defend him against Ava. And then a couple weeks later, it was Ava hated me, so this is very odd. First, I was supposedly taking her side and defending her, and then
Yeah,
somehow I hate her. I don't know.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Hey, I got demodded like 5 times over nothing. So.
Oh yeah.
Rob is not a Schmuel Buckman fan.
No, yeah, I remember that because he was very mad that you had super tip, and he did not.
Look, he was very mad at me for something that I had nothing to do with.
I think we could just say he was very mad and just end it there.
Yeah.
Show unseen. NJ Ranger $1.09. Give the boss a couple of bucks of walking around dollars. The boss and I have a secret relationship. I'm funding him through the Dabbleverse Podcasting Guild.
That's correct.
As I create a network behind the scenes.
You'll get there.
Yeah, there we go.
I was in Queens not long ago, but I didn't really know you very well at that time.
Cool. And I will. I would be remiss if I didn't say it. So the final boss was supposed to come on the show once, and he didn't make it, and I broke his balls incessantly over it.
I'm sure he deserved it.
And I think he thought. I was that there was a possibility that I was going to troll him at some point. I don't really know what was going on, but it was a lot of fun going back and forth with him.
I would agree. No, eventually it just became like funnier. Like at the first time, I actually felt bad, and I did relay that to you, perhaps too verbose. But then it just became funny to me after a while to just like never come on. But I'm in the Christmas spirit. Let's Schmuel rock and roll. You know.
Thanks, man. A great fucking song.
Yeah,
Nice
Schmuel loves,
podcast. Stupid
Christmas.
live for $1.99. Hey, Final Boss, when are you flying out to
Hey,
see
there you
Mommy?
I probably wouldn't have to fly, but I don't have an answer to that question.
She brought up 3 people she was interested in, and you were one of them.
I know she wants to sign me to her thing, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
What's
Oh,
this?
I thought she was going to teach you lessons.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Just a little bit of that too.
By the way, as much as people think I'm a smug prick or whatever, I thought your and I back and forth was hilarious, and I enjoyed it, and it was fun, and I would not have picked on you if I didn't think you could handle it or you didn't think it was going to be funny. And
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, I've had my bad days, but you know, like I said on that show, you live and you learn. You know, with stuff you put out there like that.
Well, I thought, look, the best thing I've seen from you, not explaining you, not work-wise and stuff, because your work is impeccable, was when you were on Echo Pineapple and you shocked the Dabbleverse by being this intelligent, thoughtful guy.
Oh, well,
And
thank you.
people are like, no, that's the Blob. He doesn't know anything. And he, you know, because for people like me, my saw you with the Ava thing on
Yes.
Clowntown, and
Yes.
you completely lost your shit.
Yeah.
I'm not familiar with this. What happened there?
It was like I honestly forget how the argument started, but I know it just kind of spiraled out of control. Like kind of like all things do on Clowntown, you never remember how it gets there, but it does. And you know, I just basically lost my shit, and I was like, "Fuck everything, fuck this, fuck everybody," more or less, in so many words. And yeah, but obviously, you know, those are the moments you learn from.
But and then I do not know fucking how Chow knows more about me than I know about myself, but he remembers everything. The boss panicked when he noticed you changed from iPhone to Android, and I think I was texting you on an Android, but the
No, that didn't-
contact picture I sent you was from an app from an iPhone.
Yeah, no, but you explained that right away. You were like, "Oh yeah, one's my work phone," and I believe that. You said you owned a business or something. That makes total sense. Like that worry was squashed pretty quickly.
Dr. Chow, he's a big fan of yours.
Oh, I know.
Mine too. We're 1 and 2, I think, in the life forms world. Except
I think I have like 4 episodes. I don't know how many you
sweet.
got.
I think I'm up to 5.
Wow, Buckman.
But I think mine are newer. So
I'll have to go binge watch those.
Don't. It's a lot of yelling and slurring. That's pretty much what it is.
I haven't heard. I have never watched them, to be honest with you. So I've seen clips of them, and I do get people who like they clip apart, and they'll be like, because I'll first get the DM and this is usually what it is. Did you see what Dan said about you? And I will say, no, I did not. And they'll tell me to take a look, and I will say, no, just whatever. You know, I'm not going to do it. And then I will get a little clip of what was said. So half the time I don't know the context. But you know, there we go.
That's the thing. I never went and purposely watched mine either. Like I've seen them live and I've clicked on it, like, and I'll be like, oh boy, I wonder what they're talking about. And usually it's just me going, oh, this guy, he's like so fucking gay and stupid. It's really a shame. And it's just like, wow, this is riveting content. I'm sure this is I'm missing out. So it's just whatever, you know.
Maybe they can take you under their wing and man you up.
Yeah, one of the best
under Mir's wing. I think we're the same age. What does he have to teach me? You hear me, shit breath? You haven't lived my life.
Oh, I get it. So
yeah.
Apparently Final Boss is sending Chow my DMs. So that's how
Chow has me blocked, so that's impossible.
Hold on, it's right.
Are you in
It's usually Final Boss DMing Buckman and Buckman DMing Final Boss those messages.
What messages?
I don't know. I probably said the thing with Chow is he's very good at picking like little things. So I'm sure I said it on stream
Hmm.
that I did that, and then Chow will pick it up and then be able to use that, as if he's got like an entire dossier
Right.
on people. But
How about you and
I
Karmic? Have you guys gotten back together since? Or
It's well, yeah, like 1,000 times. I just honestly just ride the wave now because like when he does his gaming stream, he's like, "Oh, final boss, what do you think of this game, that game?" But then when he's like sunglasses, leather jacket, he's like, "This fucking petulant fat tub of goo wants to tell me how to live my life." So it's up in the air.
AB, I'm not going to do the rest. He did that raised voice thing again. AB says that when I'm talking and I can hear someone's about to interject, I raise my voice, which
I haven't noticed.
may be my way of letting you know I'm going to finish what I'm saying. So that's the I it's funny. I have mixed feelings
it was a
about
bad time
Karmic.
to get tongue tied. You're just like, I need to finish what I'm saying.
I get, what do you call it? I have mixed feelings about Karmic. My view on Karmic is that he's what's the word? A manipulative little cunt, and I kind of
Three
don't.
words.
It's one way to put it.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I was looking for the word manipulative.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. Not little.
But I feel like talking about him is kind of a waste of time because it's whatever we say and whatever we think about him. It's so repetitive. Everything is so like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna apologize today. I went hard in the paint
Right.
and I did things, and then the next day he's a fucking asshole, and
I really think
and
you should go to Hackamania, in my opinion. I've never actually talked to him, but for a couple reasons, it would get it because he says he looks at this as his career, so that would help that. And he's also a very lonely guy. I mean, he talks about this all the time. He's lived small town, doesn't really have real friends around. So if he was out, and I don't mean this in a mean way, if he went out there, he would hang out with these people, want to meet him. And usually even people that are like a little mean to you online, like in person, they're going to be nice to you. And I honestly think it would be good for him professionally and personally, just as a person.
And I agree with. I think people would be so stoked to meet him in person. Like he would actually be like a celebrity if he actually went somewhere like the one time. And that's kind of the thing, though. You touched on it, and Schmuel, stop me if I'm derailing or whatever.
no, it's fine.
That one night. I mean, this has happened a lot lately. But he's like, I need somebody to talk to, like anyone that I need this. So I call him. And I'm like, send me the link. And he's like, okay, there. Let me unblock you. What's your Twitter address? Oh, yeah, thank you for being there for me. And then Mersh comes. He's like, sorry, final boss. I got to let you go. A bigger star is here. And I'm like, I was actually offended by that. Because I'm like, dude, you're sitting here crying, literally begging for help. And I'm like, all right, let me put everything aside. I'm watching. I'll step up. And it just shows he's just empty, bro. It's fucked up.
Sam Bibley, Dr. Mega G, I love it. It's like he's making up for how much the other shows disrespect and ignore the chat.
I like that too. I brought that up earlier on the show.
Is that
I like that you interact with the chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. I thought Sam was giving me a hard. I thought he thought I was ignoring the chat.
I could have taken that wrong, but
no. And look, this is a difficulty with the chat, though. Sometimes for me, is I got Final Boss on, right? I haven't had Final Boss on before. It's the first time we met, and it happens with a guest, right? And Neal as well. It's like, oh well, I want to talk to you. I want to have a conversation.
Yeah, something I do when I'm a guest on a show, I don't look at the chat, not because I want to ignore it, but it's easier to pay attention to what's going on.
I like to ask guests that I know are actually going to come on to not look at the chat when we're in there, because talk about that can derail. I don't know if anybody got to see Husey on Sunday. I was on with Chad, right? And we were having a good back and forth as a way to describe it. And Husey was involved, like we were involved, and Clearwater Chad interrupted us to go back to a chat from earlier so he could say, I ate 3 bags of popcorn today, and then discuss his popcorn eating. And it was definitely a derailment. So
I remember that. That was funny though. But Neal, if you're not someone who looks at the chat, you would be a great guest on Eccles' show. Schmuel would know about that.
Oh yeah. I need to. I was going to go on there a little while ago, but I don't say this to be a big trip, but I do get busy a lot in real life, so I can't always be on. If you're on in the middle of the night, it's a lot easier for me to come on.
the final boss is kind of making a joke, which
Yeah.
is I was tossed
Okay,
from
I didn't
Eccles'
realize that.
show
Sorry.
Yeah.
for paying attention to the chat.
I couldn't believe it. He gave him a warning, and he's like, "Schmuel, you do it one more time, I'm kicking you out of here." And boom, he was gone.
Did it one more time. He said he had to take a piss or get a drink, and I thought I could sneak it in before he saw it. Right? By the time he gets back, it'll be gone. And I put it in, and he tossed me. He's funny because he sent me a message today to say he saw me on a show, and shockingly, I was a good guest. He didn't think that could ever happen because of how badly I do on his show.
It's a very backhanded compliment. I love
it. Sam Bibley is very funny here. He's not a link beggar. He's a link turner downer. Neal.
Yeah, actually, there's I would go on more stuff. I just don't always. It doesn't link up with my schedule sometimes.
Right. Andrew Range puts, that was a relevant question from a friend of the show, Schmuel. I try very hard to keep track of the chat, and when there are questions that the chat brings up that are what I feel are like not in line with what we're doing, I do write those questions down. I always have a pen, and then I try to ask them later or bring them up. So there you go, NJ. Probably not the best way to do things. And I don't have any YouTube etiquette. Oh, no, I mean about the popcorn. See, there we go. What the fuck do I know what I'm talking about? I do. NJ, I do. I understand that I knew what was happening. I just was laughing at it because it seemed like he didn't, what's the word that I'm looking for? It just seemed so out of context at the time. But it was funny because Chad was looking at the chat, and that's the reason why they Eccles doesn't like you looking at it, because then you become obsessed on that particular chat, and then you don't focus on the show at all because you're thinking about that chat in your head and how
I know, if you're on when I used to go on Stuttering John's show, like if you start looking at that chat, like that's all you can read. It's just this nonstop hate towards Stuttering John, and it's hard to really pay attention to what's happening.
Well, yeah. And speaking of Stuttering John, I actually wanted to ask you: have you been back on there? Do you plan, or is he still mad at you?
And I'm blocked everywhere.
Oh,
I'm not against going. I don't actively want to go on, but I'm not against. I'll go on and talk to him. But the problem is, so the show that Schmuel mentioned when I was on there with him and Ava that night, and I really thought, I think at that time because at that point I was pretty easygoing. I'm still an easygoing guy, but I never really argued with anybody, and I think they just thought I would just sit there and whatever. And I did, and, I talked back to him, and eventually then he kicked me out, and he didn't just kick me out, he blocked me at a StreamYard, which then he claims that the reason he blocked me in StreamYard was because then I went on the Schmuel network, but that doesn't make any sense, because if he blocked me for going on the Schmuel network, how did I get on there? I still would have been on his show. You know what I mean? It makes no sense. He kicked me out, so then they sent me the link, and I went on there. And then
I see what you're saying. It was an after the fact thing. I thought you meant you'd been on Schmuel's show before.
No, it was that same night. It was literally that same night. They kicked me. He kicked me out, blocked me, and then they're like, "Jump on here." And I already had the stuff set up, so I'm like, "What the hell?" All right. And then the last time it was me and Mersh. It was funny because on the last show I did with John, earlier in that same show, he invited me to his house. He's like, "You should come out and you can stay
Wow.
here." And at one point he left to reboot his computer, and I took over the show. Super nice to me. And then by the end of the show, I was a complete piece of shit and all stuff. But he wanted Mersh on, and I know Mersh a little bit, so I was like, "Well, I can ask him if you want." And he's like, "Yeah." So I got Mersh on the show, and again, like I agreed with them, but I agreed with Mersh on a couple
Oh,
things,
I
and they
see where this
they
is
just
going.
got like that. You can't have that. And so
Yeah.
he kicked me out, brought me back in, kicked me out again, and that time he blocked me from the thing. And then like the later on, he's saying like everyone runs, like that we run away. And like I never ran away. Like he kicked me out 3 times. So like
Honestly, I think the worst lineup he's ever had is right now, like with Ava and Keanu. Ava's fine. Like we've settled our differences in the past, and she's been nice. But Keanu, I just think, is an irredeemable person, and it's like it shows she's been cornered all the way to John's show. And I know Schmuel, you might actually have. I think you're a Keanu fan. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
I have no
actually,
issues with Keanu.
You might
She's been
totally
nice to me.
disagree with me there. So
Go ahead, say your thing, and then I'll
no,
respond.
I mean, and again, I don't know her personally, but from what I see, it's a lot of hypocrisy, a lot of I feel this way then, but now that I'm associated with this people, I feel this way now. It's inconsistent. And I get this is all shows and stuff, but it just seems legit. It just feels real the way that she'll kind of like turn around on someone if it's convenient turn time. That's my personal opinion. But Shmuel, you obviously
I
feel
do
otherwise.
look. I do my best when it comes to women and people to not use the C
Oh.
word. But if I were going to use it, it would be for Keanu. I dislike her. And it's weird because most people in the Dabbleverse that I have a dislike for, it's like Dabbleverse dislike. You know, like I get off the stream and whatnot. But
Yeah, you don't care.
for
Yeah.
some, and possibly because Gino and I sort of have a history, but I dislike the things that she does. I thought the reading April's texts and calling Aaron with April's information was about as disgusting and as low as you could get. And I also found I'm a victim of domestic abuse, you know, please, please, please. But yet you're doing this regular stream with the guy that there are court records that accuse him of domestic abuse, and he did not challenge that in court and pled guilty. So, you know,
that's kind of the hypocrisy I'm talking about, by the way. You know, when it was the Jason Scoop thing. And I like to make very clear, because sometimes things can get misconstrued in chat, or people love to use then I guess you support abuse then as a cop-out. I don't disbelieve what happened to her happened. I believe it, and let me straight up say, and I believe that actually happened. However, what everyone is disgusted by, at least from my point of view, is that it was all radio silent. In fact, a friend of hers was also dating that guy. Radio silent. All of a sudden, he becomes a Trump impressionist. New York Post, she's all over it. Hey, at New York Post, publicly, by the way, not in a DM, not in a whatever. Hey, here's my public tweet of me, my police records, and all this stuff. It's disingenuous, and I find it disgusting. She's not only using her own, like in a sick way, her own abuse to get fame off of, but it puts down real victims. It's a sick thing, I think.
see,
But
I would
she's a real
disagree.
victim, though, how is it?
I would disagree with you though, there, Final Boss, because
no, I
it's
agree.
like,
Like I said, she was a real victim, but it was the timing when New York Post came out and she could jump on that train.
But I think the time. Look, if it weren't Keanu, but I guess even if it is Keanu at the time, look, you're the victim of domestic abuse. This is the guy that did it to you. And here he is out there doing this Trump thing, and he's trying to get heat and positivity of his image. So I don't have a problem
I could see that
with her
actually.
doing that at that time. My issue is that the other girl that had been abused by this guy, an ex-girlfriend of Gino's as well, she was just trashed the shit out of over the years. and it was her. It was almost as if Keanu's domestic abuse was more important than other people's domestic abuse, and it fit in line with me with the April stuff
Okay.
of, yes, I'm, which goes to your point of like, it's like, she was shilling her victimhood more than her concern for other people. That
Right.
this guy might be out there.
Opportunistic, I think, is the word I was looking for. Not that it
So
didn't happen or anything like that.
I don't know any of the history of any of that, to be honest. But just me personally, I have no problem with Keanu. I chat with her once in a while.
Well, we're going to give you one before the end of the
about
night.
non-Dabbleverse stuff, and I like her, so I have no issue with her.
And that's fine.
Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, it should be fine. Yeah.
It's fine. Look, it's fine with me. I don't really like whether you like her or dislike her. Doesn't change anything for me, except that I'm not gonna not say what I feel about her, considering because that
real people have different opinions on things.
Yeah.
Right. And except mine is factual. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Of course. There's a lot of Keanu stuff, and it goes to the sort of Dabbleverse stuff. There's a lot of the stuff that I don't like, the hypocrisy that goes on
police
with on with people. John and Dan the other night, my God, there should have been a flashing hypocrisy police sign going on when those two guys were together. And that's what we were supposed to do tonight. I have the Stalin clip, and if we get there, we'll get there in about 7 minutes. But I decided that I don't really watch Dan stuff. I just don't see it, and I don't watch it. It's not somebody to go out of my way to say. And I had not watched the Husey Dan Carl
I didn't see it
show.
either. I heard people talk about it, but I had not seen
and so Dan brought that up in the Stuttering John thing. So I thought, well, if I'm going to talk about that show, then it's important for me to watch that. And so I think I text one of you guys, I speed watched it.
and I didn't watch. I was on with Husey earlier tonight.
Right.
Oh, that was live? I thought that was pre-recorded.
Yeah, it was live on the Blant cast, and I was just like, we were all like also streaming.
Yeah, it was like 12 streams. I was like, this must be pre-recorded. Yeah.
All right. So I saw, I thought it was on. I'm really confused about whose stream it was on. I thought it was on Tommy Jordan's, but maybe it was on.
I think it was Clearwater
Chad's.
Yeah, it was
and
Clearwater.
You were on. You were on with Cardiff, and there was an argument with Dan. What was that about?
Oh yeah, so it was Clearwater Chad's OJ in the morning, where he literally just has an orange, and it was an old orange just sitting there. And I thought it was a still photo. This isn't really relevant to anything, but he actually at one point came in and moved the orange. Like, so he literally had his camera just focused on an inanimate orange, which was very strange. But so it was me and was Tommy was on, and then I came on, and then Cardiff came on, and then Chad came on, Chad Zumach, and then Dan was added in. And I don't care. I'm still so Dan was very adamant that Tukey's not funny, and I was like, I find it. I honestly think Tukey's probably the funniest guy, definitely the funniest former stand-up comedian in the Dabbleverse. To me, I think when KB is on, I think he's the funniest, but he's not always motivated. But Tukey's up there overall anyway, and so I just like, I find it very funny. And then Dan got very mad about the God bit. And I will say I've only seen it once. I don't watch every single hour of every person in the world. It's too much to watch. I only saw it the first time he did the God bit with Karmic, and I was under the impression that was the only time he did it, to be honest. But I didn't know it's an ongoing thing. So
technically, yes, but he did it like 5 times for Karmic.
Okay, so all right. So I don't know if that would change my view on it or not, but that's the only time I saw it, and I found it funny. And so I just. I don't even think that matters, to be honest. The point was I found it funny. And Dan got very mad. I don't really get why he cares if me or anyone finds somebody else funny. I don't there's nothing I'm going to gain from thinking Tukey's funny. I I've never been on the B Dabbler show. Never asked to be on it. So I don't know. It'd be one thing if it's a friend of his that's on his show and like defend. But Cardiff actually said he didn't find the God thing funny.
Mhm.
I mean, if you find it funny or not, I don't really understand why that matters to anybody.
I thought it was funny when, like, that first time he went on as God, like, the day before he flew out again. I did enjoy that, but I just think Dan's overall point, and I'm sure he's in the chat. Oh, by the way,
And I've
L's
never
up,
had
Stevie Lou.
I like Dan. I've never had a problem with him. So
Yeah, no, I think he just thinks everyone's ball washing Tukey because it's the cool thing to do, and that he's just gonna take that stance because he's Dan. But I really don't think it's that big of a deal either. I just think I don't know. I really don't know.
well, what
Nice
part don't
podcast, Stupid Live for $1.99. Neal, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, which part don't I know what I'm talking about? Like, I know that I find it funny. That was only my point, but I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what I'm talking about. Granted, I don't know that he does. I don't watch all the Tukey stuff, so I don't know.
All right. So Sam Bibley says it's controversial because it's a bit he stole from Stern, and other streamers have been mocked and ridiculed for using voice changers and hack bits. But Tukey gets praised for doing everything he does.
Well, I don't think that. I mean, you can't argue that you can't be like people don't genuinely find him funny. You could say you don't personally find him funny, and that's fine. But you can't. Why would people just make up they find him funny? Like, how did he ever even catch on? Like, people just got together and like, we're gonna have a big conspiracy to find this guy funny. Like, I don't even understand.
That's
how that makes
the
sense.
Schmuel network. I do. That's what that is. But no, I think it's just a lot. And I do agree though. Tukey, I think, is very creative. Like, and it's going to be a self.
He's a sense of humor I find funny.
Yeah, myself. Like, we're just a bunch of guys sitting here shooting the shit. Tukey, whether you think it's hack or not to have a puppet, he made a voice, he put a background, he makes songs, all the whole thing. There's effort there, and kind of like what you're saying. You don't have to like it, but to think that it's hack or whatever, like most of the people streaming in this verse put like 20% of the effort, maybe. Again, that doesn't mean you should like it, but to act like it's hack and dog shit, I think is a reach. In my opinion.
I mean, if they personally find it, that's their prerogative. Like, I wouldn't be mad. Like, you must find it funny, but comedy is subjective. So if someone finds it funny, they probably find it funny. If they don't, they don't. I don't really get it.
I'm shocked to hear this from Stevie Lou comedy. Tukey is a simpleton hack trash for boomers. Oh, hey, Neal and Schmuel.
Yeah, but he's a hack comedian for nobody, Stevie. I mean, no one really finds him funny.
L's up.
No, I like Stevie.
I like Stevie too.
Chow gets mad at me, but Neal, you brought up I find Tukey very funny out of nowhere. That's blatant.
It wasn't out of nowhere. That's literally what we were talking about.
Show. We were talking about that.
I didn't just like, hey, guess what, guys? I find Tukey funny. Like, why would I do that?
What do you call it? We talked about this earlier. I mean, we had brought it up, but everybody, it seems to me, gets accused of ball washing.
Yeah.
And the ball washing seems to go to people that have some modicum of other people that think they're funny or funnier than they are, in any given moment. So it's like, oh, you're ball washing. It's silly and it's ridiculous to me. A nice podcast, stupid for $1.99. Neal, you make movies, 20 people watch. Calm down.
I'm very calm, actually, but I was not the one that was screaming on that. You can watch that clip.
But I'm in
and let's say 8 people have watched my movie, or let's say 8 million of. Regardless of how many people watch a movie, it doesn't change the fact that I find Tukey funny, and a lot of people find him funny. He's like one of the most viewed people on in the Dabbleverse.
Neal, the easy answer was, well, that's 15 more views than your show gets. You could have led with that.
How many more people was in the theater for that?
That was my argument with Chad on Sunday when he was talking about the Dabbleverse drying up and it's going to shit. And they don't make this, they don't make money, whatever. And I was like, well, the one thing they do have is views, right?
They
And
also
then
they get more the Dabbleverse stuff, as I mentioned earlier, gets more super chats in like any kind of community.
It's all fake. According to Kevin. But Kevin went on and didn't compare his views or the views, Chad's views that I was talking about to other people in the Dabbleverse. He compared views to Ocho Cinco's Sunday Night Football show.
Yeah.
And he was like, that gets 30,000 views. That's views. You can't say views. And I like Kevin's ability to obfuscate, and he does it really well, and his chat seems to eat it up.
I think long term, Ocho, like I see his point though, because I think KB made more, but long term, like people like this place isn't gonna last forever because people are just gonna either bully each other out of it, or the normal shit talk will get too boring and people are going to go to extremes, and they already do in some ways that people aren't comfortable with. So that's why I think, even though it makes a lot of money because of the shock value and the like, holy shit, like, poke them a little more, let me send this super chat, like, it's an in the moment thing, which is very unique here. But I also think that's what makes it it's gonna have a shorter life cycle.
The last super chat by Dan, I mean, I didn't
Let
even.
me read it.
Disagree with
let me read it. Okay, nice podcast, stupid, for $1.99. It wasn't. I said the bit wasn't funny, Neal. Are you dense? I think he's differentiating between you saying he's not funny,
okay,
and the bit not being funny.
Sure, okay, that's fair.
AB, sorry, I said you raised your voice. Please talk over Neal. I get. I'm going to say, final boss, the thing is, again, Kevin and I being of a certain age, right? Our lifespan in this universe is not going to be very long.
Wow.
Right? So
we're right.
I mean, at least me. No, I mean, I'm 64. By the time I'm 68, am I going to be able to even speak online without?
So.
No, Schmuel rock and roll will be worldwide.
But my my thing is, I get that you have rules, right? I get that the internet has rules, and I get that there's internet etiquette, and I get that there's all this stuff. I don't have time for those rules, so I'm going to do what I think is going to work best for the stream and the people that come on the stream. And so it's like, I'm not talking about being an asshole, right? But if I could get Melton on the show, I'm going to have Melton on the show, right? I don't. Sure. And you could call me ball washer. Not that he was not coming on, but you could call me ball washer. Or you could call me
That'd be more clout chasing, right?
You could be called. Well, I get called that too, right? And I don't understand, like, a lot of the stuff. I don't understand the clout chasing and the ball washing or whatever. I guess there probably are extremes, right? Where somebody is constantly send me a link, or constantly bothering somebody. But like, I had Tukey on, and he was he's clout chasing because he's had Tukey on or whatever. The thing with Tukey was scheduled for 2 months before Tukey came on. I try to plan the shows, and I'm going to try guests.
If you do like a talk show, why wouldn't you want to book like big guests? It doesn't make sense. So that's like a big guest within the Dabbleverse. You know what I'm saying?
They're just looking for shit to shit talk about. It's kind of what I was saying.
Sure,
anything to get that super chat ball rolling, and then Schmuel into a diatribe about something that they can then go into something else. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Schmuel, since you only have 4 years left to live, are you going to
not to live, but to stream, please?
To stream.
Let's not make it any faster than it's already going to be.
Are you going to put Final Boss in your will? Will you leave him the Buckman?
Cookie has to agree to that, and I kind of think it's probably not going to happen.
I wouldn't think so.
I do, Final Boss. You said something that I find very funny. So if somebody is annoying you, right, which is, I guess, trolling,
right?
But if somebody's annoying you and then you talk about it, like, even rationally talk about it, he's seething.
Yes.
Yes. He's angry. He's and it's like, And as a streamer, I can see how easy it is to fall into the "I'm not seething," you know,
There it is.
because you're mad at the troll. You're not mad at the person you're talking about, and you look like a complete fucking
Yeah.
moron.
Right.
But like an Aaron Imhal, right? I mean, he's seething. That's a word that is appropriate with the stuff that he does, and particularly his non-seething seething. You know, where he'll do the we're doing great. Those shows are going the way of, you know,
Oh,
and he goes on and on.
sorry, my dehumidifier was on and people were.
No, it's okay.
That makes
it's
sense now.
right. Buckman is seething. And I even pulled that on JMO last night, right? We were talking about Mersh, and I was like, JMO, you're seething. And I'm not.
That was
Well,
pretty good.
it's all about the reaction. If you get a reaction from somebody, it's entertaining.
Right. And that's all what it comes down to. And I think that's what makes this, like, even though we're just a couple random dudes talking, people just love the engagement, like the drama that we talk about. Like, none of this would happen if it wasn't for those shit starters stirring the pot in the first place. It's kind of crazy to think about, actually.
Some of it I find hilarious though, because there are definitely people that these guys troll that you can tell that person is spending the next 24 hours walking around going, that ABCM8EC, fuck him, I'm gonna, you know.
I mean, I think that's the draw of Stuttering John, because so he does. There's a lot of things going on there. He does have the background, like he was on Stern, he was on Leno, and the fact that you could even lightly troll him and get this reaction that gets to him. It's like, wow, I'm actually getting to this guy that's done stuff, and it's like, and Mersh had brought that up on that last show he was on with John, and I was like, yeah, I agree with that, and that's what set John off, was about the reaction, and then it was funny because then John's like. Because then Mersh was saying racial slurs and stuff. He's like, so you agree with that too? And it's like, just because you agree with one point someone says, it doesn't mean you agree with the entirety of their entire life. Like, I agree everything this guy's ever said or done.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
And Mersh is a showman, right?
Oh yeah, that's what I try to explain to people too.
Bottom line, he's a showman, and this, and I could be completely wrong, but last night it was very much like between Quad and JMO, they're like, you can see it's getting to him. You can see it's getting to him. And I don't think so. You know, I'm sure that there are some things that get to him. But it feels like he's more about making money than anything else. And given that his nature has been so self-destructive over the last, I don't know, however many years, he does seem to me to be a guy that's trying to get away from less of that behavior and have more fun. So I can't talk to him from before, but I can talk about what I've seen over the last year.
Right, and I'm with you. I didn't really know about him until Dabbleverse, and now I'm kind of on both sides of that fence, because I've actually spoke not to, and he's gonna say, well, that's because you're an idiot, and I was just trying to fuck you, but I've actually spoken to him a little bit, and he seems like a nice guy, and he's like, you gotta just not give a fuck, let this fly off your shoulders. So I'm like, okay, he's being real with me here. But then when he's on the show, it's vile anger. So I'm like, there's clearly some showmanship, obviously, but but sometimes it does seem like shit gets to him, like the BYB point. So I'm not really sure how much of it is real or fake, is what I'm trying to say. It's actually interesting.
And that's what makes it, to me, that's what makes it interesting, right? Yeah. You don't know where that line is. And
well, that's what I brought this up with Dixon before. Pat Dixon was, people talk about the Dabbleverse being wrestling, and I think they really fixate on heel turns and who's a babyface. But I think Mersh is very much wrestling as good wrestling is it's a work, but they can actually get evoke emotion from you,
right?
And then so he goes on these big rants, and it's like, well. Yeah, it's like showman wrestling, but maybe he really means this part. Maybe this part's real, And so to me, he's really pro wrestling as opposed to
That's
just
actually a
kind
really
of
good way of putting it. I
yeah,
like
pro
that.
wrestling just on a very surface level.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Mersh is obsessed with wrestling and doing a wrestling character.
I agree
I
100%.
I totally agree that he knows all about stuff. I would say with Mersh, this is what I find interesting is like he will go off on somebody. The MJ Murphy stuff that he's been doing lately,
Oh, jeez, yeah.
right? And the question in my mind is, I think that's all show. Like, I don't think that MJ Murphy really moves his needle very much, but he sees her as somebody that's easy to go after, and she's a great provider of
But
that content. And whereas I think that Dan, when he went off on Dan, he was truly pissed off at Dan. Now I don't know that. I'm just guessing, but I don't know.
by the way,
And like some of the
Schmuel,
things he said about like talking about MJ's daughter and other shit, it's like that to me I feel has passion behind it. Like he's like disgusted, I guess, with the way she acted, or he was disgusted with the way she acted. But then again, I couldn't find a reason why he'd be so personally angry. But I don't know. It's the stuff he says, like Karmic X level, like cussing and characterization that makes me question it.
Schmuel, I believe Mersh is he may be DMing you for a link.
Oh, let's
okay.
go.
All right. Hold on a second. The Rogue Diva, Mersh said he used to be a fascist, would love Schmuel to discuss that with him. Why did he change? Love or old age? So, by the way, guys, Mersh and I DM back, we'll DM back and forth. And stuff like that comes up, right? Because I can't stand that bullshit. That the stuff that he does. I would love to I would love to discuss that with him. It doesn't feel to me the first night that he was on the stream, Quad and Jesse PS were in the chat and they wanted me to go after him and go after him and go after him. One, it's not my fight. And two, I wanted to have a good time that night, not get into this stuff. So it's like, I'll do that. We can separate these things. And that's part of me learning is to separate this stuff, like just whether you dislike you or what you're doing, or maybe understand that you're funny over here and you're a character, and then there's this other part of you that I don't like, and I would akin that to like an actor whose politics are something I can't stand, absolutely
Yeah.
can't stand, but can watch them. Sean Penn, I guess, is a good example. Watch them on a movie or something and go, that guy can act, now that I've done Sean Penn. So I'm going to pop old Mershey a link.
I assume that's what he said to check your DM, so I assume that's what he's asking for. I don't know.
Oh, there he is. Yeah. I didn't see it. It's funny because people will text me during a show and I'll say, I don't pay attention to the text, DM me.
Yeah, I got you.
And then the next night I'll say, don't text me or don't DM me, text me because I'm not looking at it. So I'm not terribly professional at this stuff. But there we
Is
go.
any of this really professional?
Apparently,
according to other people, it certainly is. I mean, Dan gets very upset at me for my lack of professionality in these things, and why is your mic set up that way, and the little green screen by my headphones.
Yeah. Your background logo is a little out of focus too.
100%, and I'm not going to try to fix it.
I think it's a low res image is the problem.
Well, I'm not going to. Yes, and I thank you for that, Mr. Movie Director.
Pat's coming.
By the
Schmuel is trying very, very hard. His audio issues are the most important part. If I can get through a stream without knocking something out, that's an accomplishment. The first time I want to say I've known Bob Levy, but I've talked to Bob Levy like at events, and I knew him when he was a younger comedian. We were both younger. And I got him on the show, and it was really great for me to get him on the show. And I moved my leg and knocked my mic out, knocked my mic cord out. And it was 15 minutes of me trying to get it back together again while I've got this poor guy sitting there waiting. So that's pretty much what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, I guess you do only have 4 years left.
Right, exactly. and one night I had the camera, right? I reached over to start. I checked everything was great. I reach over to start the show. I touch the mic boom. There's a giant shock, and everything goes out. And it took 45 minutes to get that going. And I started with like 40 viewers, and by the time I got back on, I think I hit 7. And
Yep.
Panhandler, of course, was loving every bit of that, and, sending me shit tweets the entire time.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, like the whole hour. That was when you were on vacation, right? Or am
No,
thinking
I
of a
was
different one?
I was here. I was here. I Speaking of the vacation thing, when we talk about just stuff in the Dabbleverse, and it's trolling, and it's me sort of getting used to it. So I'm on vacation for 10 days. I think I had 4 streams, maybe 3, and they were all late at night, like after my wife had gone to bed, and I'm sitting by the pool and smoking a cigar and streaming. And then that developed into he's streaming every day when he's on vacation. He's
I love
streaming
this.
2 and 3 times a day, regularly. And I pretty much do Tuesday and Thursday and occasional Saturday. And but it's very funny, like how that develops. And then last week I was doing my shows early, so normally they're at 8 or 10, and I was doing them at 6:30. And I'm
they were
doing
like,
them.
"What, Buckman? What are you doing?"
I'm sleeping in my office. His wife kicked him out, right?
Yeah.
And then I see Stevie Lou on MLC going, he's been married 3 times, and I think he's on his 3rd divorce, and things aren't going well for him. And I'm like, the place that I've always streamed from before is the place that I'm streaming from now. I've always streamed from my office occasionally. So there we go. Mersh, it doesn't have the camera on because he doesn't want to piss off his girlfriend.
All right, he's in the car.
Oh, it said offline. Mersh, you're saying
quick
offline?
question.
Oh, there we go.
Before he comes on, did anyone walk by you at the pool while you were streaming and look at this guy like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Just push you into the pool?
Nobody. And you would not. You would be surprised at the number of people that are sitting out at the pool after the sun goes down with their laptops, and they're not streaming, but they're on video calls or FaceTime.
Yeah, it's pretty common now. Yeah, even when I'm in Boston, like a lot of people have. Yeah,
well, because it looks like you were sitting right up against like the edge of the pool in a chair with a laptop and an.
I was, at one point.
Oh, so you were. So that's because I just thought that would look like I would have stopped to watch personally. But cool, nobody cares.
I would have invited them on. So I was in Curacao, right? It's a resort and the Caribbean in December, so it gets like a lot of newlyweds, and couples so you're not really going to get like the random people walking by, and like the only people that I would talk to during the day a lot of times would be like, there were a couple of old real drunks that would start nipping early in the morning, and then I would be out. There was like a smoking area, and I would be smoking a cigar, and they would sit down and then they would talk to you and stuff. I would have loved to have streamed with them, but I don't know how to get it like set up quick enough and do it. But I did, it's interesting to me, not maybe to you, but I'll tell a story anyway. I met one guy there who's from Sweden, who now lives in Panama as a retiree. And all the stuff that we hear about Europe, and they don't like the people that don't like immigration and whatnot. If this guy were 15 years younger, he'd have been sitting there in a Nazi uniform. you know?
Oh, really?
And I'm trying so hard to be like not engaging, but engaging at the same time. You know, like I'm not, there's no place else for me to go smoke my cigar. That night, my wife and I were at the bar, or the next night, my wife were at the bar. And he comes up and he's buying drinks, and it was, you know, completely different guy. Hammered, but completely different. And loved everybody. It was so strange.
Send him the link.
And
You got to know that story.
so yeah, but it was just it was wild. But he was he was worked in the oil fields, and he would talk about he spent a lot of time like in Africa, and he would say, you know, I was in Nigeria. What a shit country that is, you know? And he lived in Malta for a while. And how is Malta? I hate those fucking people. And I'm like, I don't think this guy's going to be happy anywhere. And I'm like, well, how's Panama? I love it. I love everything about it. So it was.
Well, you know, at least, I mean, he worked there. I mean, you know, biases aside, he might actually be like, no, it might actually be a shit country.
So Ice Dancer says she likes Sweden, and I think that's the general reaction. I think every person, whether they've been there or not, most people who haven't been there are going to say, "Oh, it's a beautiful country." And I have one Swedish resident who disagrees, or citizen. That guy was like, "Oh my God, they're ruining their." He was just going on and on. It was like, all right, let's stop. So we'll move on from that. So do we want to do this clip or?
Oh yeah, I was actually gonna say I got like 10 minutes in me. So if that clip is like that,
you ever been out of the country, Final Boss? Or
what's that?
Have you ever been out of the country, out of the States?
Technically, yes. I was on a cruise when I was like 5 that went like to like St. Thomas, St. James, and like Puerto Rico before America. So yeah,
we're gonna give this one more shot. Right. Hola, Mersh.
Yo,
Mershy.
We can see you.
We can see you. And we can hear you.
Is that Carmen?
Can you hear us?
She had put me back from backstage, but I don't think you guys can hear me. I can't hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you now.
Hear you.
Oh yeah, this is all fucked up.
Yes. Welcome to Schmuel Talk. That's the catchphrase.
This is supposed to be fucked up. It's my stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Damn.
But I believe you cannot hear us, I guess.
Ice Dancer, fix this.
Yes, Ice,
that's
get
really
on
her
it.
In the chat. Tell him that we can hear him. Or maybe, I don't. She must not be in the car with him, though.
I just did send him a DM, and I don't want him doing a Felicia, as AB says here, and drive into a pole.
Well, if he pulled a Felicia, he'd pretend it wasn't his fault that he got T-boned.
But just think of all the clips you would get, though. You'd be clipped all over the place.
The Dixon concern.
Yeah, you got to think of
they were the ones that went after sides. Felicia. Yeah. I will give Felicia credit though for not only did she make up the story about getting hit,
is that
and
good credit?
The other people coming after her and whatnot, she was convinced. Felicia's a true believer. She really believed that happened, even though everyone saw her leaning over and hitting the chat and hitting the wall. Mersh, are you able to hear us there, pal? No, he cannot. So. And
I'm not sure he even realizes we can see him. So.
Yeah. I did DM him, but it's a good thing he's not doing anything embarrassing.
Yeah.
So.
What about you, Neal? You ever been out of? Well, let's buy some time. You been out of the country?
Yeah, I've been to London twice and Canada.
Yo, I can still hear his clicker unless it's on stream. Sorry.
Actually, you can. Oh, there it goes.
I just wanted to make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Mersh, can you hear me? And he's backstage, but he should be able to hear us. Okay. So we'll leave him go there. I'm sorry. You went to London and
Canada, but I'm not that far from Canada. So.
Can I say that the biggest change that the internet has brought to international travel, which is depressing, is no more passport stamps.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's a good
really?
point. Yeah, I don't have never got a stamp in my passport. But international travel is where I'm sure no one cares about this, but it's it kind of it's way nicer than traveling the States. Like when I went to London, you get 3 meals on the plane. You know, if you travel in the States, you get like a bag of pretzels.
Yeah.
It's a lot nicer.
Yeah, but it's a much longer flight.
Not
right?
really. For me, it was 6 hours to London, the same as if I fly to LA. So
Right,
Yeah, I
but
was gonna
flying
say,
to
so-
LA is $300, and how much is it to fly to
it was
London?
just about the same, honestly. I
Okay.
went
All right,
Icelandic
well,
Air. It was good.
you got away with it. I will tell you that the airport in Vienna is a shithole. I was there last year, and if you think TSA is bad here, guys, go there. They have like the equipment is like 20 years old, but the process is the same, and they don't have the number of people to do it. And then you go to the gate, and they lock you out of the gate. They just close the gate, and they're like, "Okay, you all can stand in the hallway and wait." So you've just got like this giant mass of people just on top of each other. Then they open the gate, and it's like a mad dash to get on the plane.
Oh, so they don't like seat by row or whatever?
It was Austrian Airlines, and they had like what do you call it? Groups,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And now there were like, say there were 6 groups, and we were in group 2, but it almost didn't matter because the storming of the gate was so much.
So it wasn't
that
assigned seats. You were just.
it was everything
Oh.
was assigned. It was supposed to be like, group 1 boarding now, please,
Yeah, because
but they did like if you were first class or group 1, they let you in the gate. Everybody else had to wait outside
if
the
it's
gate
assigned seats, I don't know why
in
you
the
care to
hallway.
get in there quicker. You know what I mean?
to get your bag into overhead.
Oh, okay.
And people like to get on planes early. I do like to get on planes early. But what happened is that everybody had been waiting. It had come very close to the boarding time, and people were just ignoring what the gate call was, and it didn't matter, and it didn't matter what ticket
Sounds
you had.
about
They
right.
were letting you on. And so my feeling is this is what the people know. Like, they know they don't really care, So
They just ignore
we're
all
just
the
going to go for it
bureaucracy
anyway.
That's
Yeah.
just,
The last time when I flew to New York, which was super quick flight, it was like 40 minutes, but or maybe 35 minutes. But it was Northwest, and they didn't have assigned seats. I never had a flight like that. You were grouped in like numbers, and so when you got on, you picked whatever seat you wanted.
What year was that?
This year, it was just a few months ago.
I thought Northwest was Delta now, like from
They
like
just
30
got rid
years
of,
ago.
They just got rid of these. I guess it's something they just did. They got rid of the assigned seats.
Oh,
So-
Schmuel, I just remembered. Did you ever catch wind of the story Carmick tells about you and Pat Dixon and Quadfather?
The shit story.
Right. Now, well, actually, it's a little more. You're the like the
I'm the-
ringleader. You're
I'm the
collector.
I'm the videographer of that
Right.
story, right?
Right.
And this is my only problem with
Well,
that story.
Crumbum fingers your butthole.
I'm the videographer, but in that story, when people retell it, I'm getting shit all over with Quad. So
No, well, he's done a few retellings. Like once Pat Dixon is done shitting on Quad's grinning mouth.
That's my next movie. I wrote a script based off all of Carmick's shit tales.
I really hope.
No.
I would love that.
and that's when he does that stuff, that shit's hilarious.
I agree.
Right?
I'm a big fan.
And that's great. But like when he goes off on Taz, and
Ridiculous.
I'm like, reel it back, dude.
Yeah, because Taz doesn't harm anybody.
It's really for no reason. Like, with us or Pat Dixon or me, because I'll poke at him too, especially when I get sick of the constant back and forth. So it'll be like, oh, but like Taz has never done anything like to anybody.
Yeah.
Of course she'll have her opinions. Oh, sorry, Mersh is here. I don't want to.
Mersh, can we do this?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. It doesn't work. It doesn't work with my Bluetooth.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, we're getting movement.
No, I wanted to call, wish you all Merry Christmas. I wanted to correct the record. I wanted to just correct the record on a couple of things. One, I never advocated for fascism. I advocated for light fascism. Which, if anybody's ever been to New York City when Giuliani was mayor, that's light But how great is it that all these like Dans and Quads, they're all like in their little sewing circle, paddle go, be funny. Say something funny about me once in your lives.
I do, and look, I do admire their persistency.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
I
agree
could.
with that,
Their
though. I think that
consistency of
just
being unfunny.
No,
instead
yeah, well,
of
their hate of you that blows me away that it's gone on for so long, and it seems to have come out of like there's no real reason. Like you can't sort of sit down. It's just that your personality annoys them.
Yeah,
I
I'm glad. You know what else annoys them? I'm funny. What does Dan do but bitch, 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 bitch? What does Dan do?
I have no problem with Dan really, but I actually agree with that. Is like I don't like
Has
this.
Dan ever made one thing that Tuki's ever that's as funny as Tuki? He can bitch that the God bit sucks, but has
Sure.
Dan ever made one thing funnier, even funnier than the God bit? The answer is no.
Yeah, I don't really get this idea to be mad that someone else finds something funny. And I don't why do you even want to be like part of whatever it is, the Dabbleverse, if you like just genuinely hate all of it and hate everybody involved? I don't really get it. And like the idea like I don't want anyone else to like it.
Well, that's his like pretend bit. He's got to be the asshole everyone like. It's almost like kind of like Mersh's thing, but on a much lesser scale because it's a little different. Um, but it's like, but I also think he needs to pick better points to jump on. Like he's clearly trying to play that person, the bad guy, to heel, like we were just talking about. But he just needs to pick better, reasonable things to make it believable.
well, I mean, yeah, and it's some of it is so just not true, and the other part of it too is like I get from him. This is my opinion of him is he wants to be a leader, right? He wants to be thought of as the guy that gives advice and tells you how to do your stream and all these things. Uh insulting Neal about, supposedly getting 20 viewers or I suck or you suck or whatever it is. But it's not a guy who's actually accomplished it who's telling us these things, right? And I don't know about your relationship with him, but mine goes to when I first started streaming. We were talking, he was, giving me advice, and I felt like at some point, I say there was a turn because of a private chat and him wanting to go after the sorcerer and stuff, but internally, and I don't have any proof of this, but it just felt like what was happening was what he was really mad at was he was giving me advice and I wasn't taking it.
Well, he's also just full of shit. And you can take that. I think that came out a little more harsh than I meant it. I mean, the fact remains though, because I think he was just giving you that advice, for example, to play this role, just for him to now have something to bitch about. That's in the way he's full of shit. He didn't really mean, in my opinion, from what I'm hearing and from what I've seen of Dan and the Chow and the excuse me, those alike. I just think it's a full of shit thing from the beginning. It was a bit kind of thing, you know.
But then what happened? What happens though, in your opinion, is like, do they get so wrapped up in the bit they can't let it go? Or are they ball washing each other going, that was great, that was great, that was great, and they keep doing it?
Well, it's a great question because someone asked me the other day. I think it might have been Eckel on his show or something, but someone was like, "Yeah, I think it was Eckel." He's like, Chow makes these episodes on everybody, but Mir is fucking retarded. Like, how has he not had a life form? So it's clearly got to be some ball washing or something going on. Like, it can't be Mir.
Yeah, and Mersh, come in a second. Let me just read this chat from NJ Ranger 201, which is Dan is shadow banned. Give him a break. I think isn't that one of his copes for why his streams don't do very well, and
Yeah.
I
am interested to see where Dan and goes with Stuttering John. How long will this last? Almost anyone who ever talks to Stuttering John ends up, falling out with him in some way.
I don't know. Mersh, are you able to hear us or talk? This is the streaming from your cars, fella.
Yeah.
This is it's like
It's just another day on Schmuel show.
A year or two behind. Well, it's that goddamn, what is it? Drive and pay? What the hell did JMO call
And
it?
I'll say this though, it has me more interested in as even though I get along with Keanu, when it's Keanu and John and Alv, it's just them like patting each other in the back. They're the greatest. Everything they do is wonderful. Blah blah. So maybe this will be something different.
I don't know, because it seemed like a lot of, to me, it was would be my definition of ball washing, which is like all of the things that you've spoken out against are things that John has done or does, and yet your only complaint was about other people.
I think maybe the just because of the kind of guy John is, you probably have to do a little bit of that when the first time you talk to him, and so I think as this goes on, maybe it'll go a different direction.
Yeah. So I'm going to answer this for Mersh, and I don't know why I'm going to do it, but Dr. Why can't Mersh just wait till he gets home?
I think he's
It's too desperate. He's on his way. He's on like a 25-hour drive.
Yo, Schmuel, sorry to interrupt, but Tukey sent all of his viewers to Schmuel Talk.
Oh, thank you.
Wow. I hate to say this, but I'm close personal friends with Tukey.
Wow. Ball washer.
And I should totally not break his balls, but we went from like, oh, there we go. Now they're going up. I was laughing because it was like there was a like slight increase, and I'm like, wow, is Dan right? Did Tukey really lose it? I'm kidding, because we didn't get.
All right, the chat is popping off now.
There we go. So another one of my favorite things.
The Tukey bump.
The Tukey bump. It's really nice of him to do that. I really appreciate it. And it also happens to me on the night that I didn't set the chat to subscribers only.
Hey, let them flow.
Yeah, you give them a free taste, Schmuel.
Oh, they can participate. I just like to get some subscribers out of it. But I thank Tukey. That's really great of him. Cardiff did that for me before. Other people have done it. I've actually done it for people, and it's funny because for me, I might have 30 viewers, at the end of a stream, and I sent somebody 30 viewers one night, and my God, they were like so appreciative, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have known about this before.
You've got the Tukey bump now, Schmuel, so you really got to give them the gold.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I got to stop you from talking then, and we have to have final boss talk.
That's right. They're here to see me. No, I'm kidding. Oh, Schmuel, that reminds me. I think you should either put a bumper or begin to end the show with one or the other. I like the new song I made you too. I think you should do both.
I really liked the new song, but as you and I discussed, we had a military reference in there.
Oh, you want me to fix it?
It was the wrong branch. So we've either got to take it out or fix it, because those Navy guys will get all upset.
You think they'll come after you?
Oh, they'll just be like, he was in the Air Force. He didn't do it. The fucking guy probably played golf for 6 years.
Right. I'll change it to the Air Force.
And those guys are out on boats getting blowjobs. So I wouldn't want to interfere with. I wouldn't want to interfere with that. Yeah. Well, from other guys, but it's one of the funniest things in the world, though, to me, is that when the Navy started letting women go on ships, like most of them wound up getting pregnant. And the Navy had to figure all that out. I don't know how they did it, but I thought it was pretty goddamn funny. Jake Hudson for 99 cents. Thank you, Jake. Money mouth face.
All right, Jake.
I
Merry
agree.
Christmas, Jake.
Good point.
And all of Bedabbler's guests, we would love for you to hit the like button and subscribe. Memberships are available for $1.99, and they will stay at $1.99 through the end of the month. And supertip.gg/Buckman for voice and text tips. And we do have some new voices. And Final Boss, we will get you in there.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't, the system over the last few months has been tough getting new voices in because they've been working on the other thing. So now we're in there and we're supposed to to get there. But Schmuel talk is in the lowest of low priorities, and I don't. And I
You
never
can't
bought.
manually add. You have to request.
You have to request. You cannot manually add. You can manually add, but you're limited in who you can manually add. And
Gotcha.
one of the things about super tips is like, say, getting a Tukey voice, right? Would be, oh man, let me get a Tukey voice. Well, you're not going to get a Tukey voice. They're only going to give that out to certain people. And I don't know if you know the Soft Weekly story, which is hilarious. So Soft broke Melton's balls to get on super tips, broke his balls, got on it, and in like 4 months, never got a single dollar. But Soft came up with the idea for a Chad voice. And Tukey, and he wasn't getting Melton, he wasn't getting Melton or Moody to respond. So he gave the request to Tukey. Tukey did it. They got the voice. Soft asked for a copy of the voice or ability to play it, and they said no. So Soft
Big world out here.
So Soft has not gotten the voice.
It's corporate mindset.
What voices do you have on your Schmuel?
We have new ones, so I should look them up while we're here. Originally, I had like Ray DeVito, and some not so great ones. I have Kevin Brennan, Ray DeVito, Chad Zumach, Shuley, Pat Dixon, Joey C, Karmic X, and then there are some like the Grand Miftu, which I guess is Moody. And then there's a bunch like Beth Bryan, Jenny, William Hope. Those are the
Hope.
Those are the voices. Yeah, not that Hope, I don't think. Those are the voices, the beta voices that I don't know if you remember when Karmic screamed he didn't want super tips and he didn't want those goddamn voices on there. They took off all the voices except his, Felicia's, and the generic voices. Yeah. They didn't put that, wasn't even on for quite a while. He just had like Bruce. It was, just some voice. John Mack, 515 prediction. Love him or hate him. Final boss will take the largest leap up the Dallas in the power rankings in 2026.
We'll see.
If he does a stream, guys. I mean, that's the thing.
You don't even, I noticed, Schmuel. You got to subscribe to me. You played my Schmuel rock and roll. You don't even subscribe. I'm getting big time.
I didn't even know you had a fucking channel, to be honest with you.
I think I'm a moderator on the channel.
Because I just laugh because I'm like, there's so much stuff I don't know. And then I'm an innocent babe in the woods. Like one night I forgot to send Panhandler the link. Like I just forgot.
Wow.
And then in the stream, in the chat, he's like, you didn't send me the link. He was like pissed off. And I'm like, no, I sent it to you. I sent it to you first. But I didn't. I'd sent it to OG Mumbling Nick first. And I never did send it to Panhandler. And the next thing I know, Panhandler was on Dan's show. He was big timing me. It was a power move just to fuck with me. And I'm like, dude, I just forgot to send it.
I love Panhandler.
Yeah. And it was
trouble in the Buckman concern.
It was great. It was great. It was a while ago. Oh, that's just one of, I don't have a lot of problems, but apparently I do annoy people, and it's me trying to convince them I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just inept. But people don't buy that. So, although
I think they buy that.
When I will, but when I do fuck something up, they will immediately go, boomer, right? It doesn't spoomer. But if I do something and it affects them, then I'm doing it on purpose. So I find that part very interesting. So I don't think we're going to get to this Dan clip with Stuttering John. It's Stallion 19. I will put the link into the chat. I'm not ending the show. I just it's like a 25-minute stream, and I think that'll go too long.
I'm about to jump off, so if that'll make it easier for you to condense the rest of it for you to watch the clip, it's good timing. So
well, I'm trying to hold you hostage because that's what I've been accused of. I do get a lot of the, oh my God, he's right, like Neal looks like he's in a hostage video. Will be the usual thing.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, I guess
I
we can
wanted
pop it
to
up.
come by my Christmas spirit. Schmuel talk it up with Schmuel for the first time and say hi to Neal. And
Final-
I guess Mersh a little.
Yeah, and I got to say, Final Boss, I had not seen you on stream other than one time, and you were wearing a Sonic the Hedgehog helmet,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
it
hold
all
on.
looked very strange to me, and so I did not take you seriously. Then I saw you on Echo, and then you made our sound, and that was
Yes.
great.
I
Schmuel rock and roll.
texted Vagina Wrinkle that her
Schmuel rock and roll.
boy Final Boss
Schmuel
was
rock
on,
and
but
roll.
I think she was asleep.
It's all good.
I do not, Final Boss, I will say, I do not think that I have done a stream ever that I did not get at least one send Final Boss the link chat. So
I know. Well, it's because they
You're in
wanted
high
me to finally
demand.
come on Schmuel Talk, and I figured in the Christmas season, let's make it happen. Schmuel rock and roll.
But I will say, I get a DM today from Serenity Now saying
That sounds
Final
about right.
Boss says he's coming on. And I'm like, where? And he's like, Schmuel Talk. And I'm like, okay, when? And I didn't even know at what time we were going to do the show then.
Yeah, they love to do that. Well, I stupidly, because I'm in a group of trolls and I say things sometimes, which of course is stupid to say things near trolls. But I was at the grocery store and I was listening. I forgot what I was listening to, and I was like,
The
you know, I'm in
trolls are at the
Christmas
grocery
spirit.
store?
No, I was like texting. And I was like, you know, I might go on Schmuel tonight if he'll have me, but I might change my mind. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, we already hit up Schmuel. Schmuel's going to have you on. He's coming. They love to do that. It's just what they do.
I know. And I'm like, I think I sent you a DM and said, like, what's the story?
Yeah.
Or whatever. And the part is that there's been so many starts and stops, fits and starts or whatever. I'm like, I got the message from Serenity Now, and I'm like, I'm being trolled. Like, they're just fucking around with me.
No,
And
they were
so-
trying to force me here, and I mean it in the best way. It was about time I came on.
I was at the grocery store today too. I was telling the checkout lady that I was going to be on Schmuel Buck.
Right. Tune in.
Hey, I'm famous. There was actually a person in Hoboken that recognized me. And
Shut up. No way.
I
Your mailman?
swear to God, my wife paid him, but she has not admitted to it. And but some guy came up and said, I know you from somewhere. And I was like, oh, I don't know. And then he was like, oh, you're Schmuel Buckman. And my wife thought it was the funniest thing in the world. So I'm convinced that she had something to do with it.
Mhm.
But it was like, I decided, well, I'll fuck with her. Now I'll get a big head, you know? Oh, I'm recognized. And
Yeah, it's pretty
it's like,
good.
yeah, buddy. Yeah, that happened.
Are you a name on Super Tip Final Boss? Are you a voice?
I am a voice, but no, I've only streamed a couple times. Maybe one day I'll get super tips. But yeah, I got my voice on there. But yeah, I'm gonna dip out. You guys keep schmueling and rocking and rolling.
I was
Merry
okayed for
Christmas.
Super Tip today.
Congratulations.
Oh yeah, congrats.
So I haven't logged in to see who I can choose for voices yet.
Why don't you do that here so we can
Do it live? Nah.
do it live?
Yeah, do it live. All right, take it easy, guys. Have a good
All right,
holiday.
take care, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, no
Bye.
problem. See ya.
All right. Having the Final Boss on, that was great. Fun guy.
Debatable.
And
No,
we've been going. He and I have been like DMing back and forth, kind of fucking with each other.
No, I've known him for a long time. When I first started coming on stuff was Rob Saul last year when I was just barely around, and he was one of the first people I talked to.
But I really like the guy. There are people that I find interesting, and I kind of always thought he was a goof. Then I heard him on Eccles' show. Sam Bibley I heard on there as well. And these are guys that I talk to through DMs and stuff. And Sam, it's pretty obvious that he's a smart guy and his clips are great. Final Boss, not so much.
He's a real moron.
People calling him the Blob and other stuff. And I'm like listening to him on Echo, and I'm like, wow, this guy's got he's pretty with it. So
he can form sentences.
Well, he was, I saw him going after Ava like stupidly and then dancing with his Sonic the Hedgehog hat on. And he bailed out of my show because he'd been on a 36-hour Sonic the Hedgehog stream and had never scored as well as he had done. So
Are you a big
there we go.
Sonic guy?
Me, no,
Yeah,
not at all.
all right.
I'm not a video game guy.
Uh-huh.
I have a tendency to become obsessed with things. So I try not, like, I don't watch TV, stuff like that, because I'll find myself
really?
then going 6 hours.
Okay.
And it's not that I won't, just generally don't watch TV,
Uh-huh.
but I will sit down and watch something. But like, I'm the kind of guy that, like, if there's a series on Netflix that somebody tells me to watch,
Yeah, you like binge watch a whole
I
thing.
find myself watching the whole thing.
I'm
and
the
it's
same
5
way with
o'clock in the morning.
series. That's why, honestly, I don't watch a lot of that stuff either because I'll want to finish the whole thing.
Yeah, I do think that Final Boss needs to, if he got a stream together and stuff, that would have been great. Great. Is this what I have to do for a lit chat? Yes, you need to blow Bedabbler.
Do it up, Dave.
That was also another Daveism. Not that I would, if you asked me to bet money on it, I would be willing to bet that
And you're a big gambler.
Dan had said that that Tukey is not funny.
Right.
I would be willing, maybe not in that stream, but I would be willing.
Yeah, it's fine if I misinterpreted that that he just meant the. But I've heard him before say that he didn't find Tukey funny. I'm pretty sure. But either way, it's fine. If he just meant that bit wasn't funny, I find it funny. It's still like the same idea, though. You know what I mean?
I got to throw a switch.
No.
Yeah. So no, but what I do find tedious about him particularly, and I'm just using him as an example because I think there's a whole group of people like this. It's just anybody that has a successful stream like Carl, like Melton or Tukey or whatever, then they suck.
Right. And for some reason, people just like them because they're popular. Like, I don't really understand that. I mean, there has to be something there for them to be popular to begin with. And even if there's like popular things I don't like, I just don't watch them. I don't really understand the idea of like trying to talk people out of liking what they like.
Yeah. Well, I don't even care about, like, they're trying to talk them out of it, and you could legitimately not like them.
Yeah, 100%.
But you keep going on and on.
Yeah.
And all the people that you dislike are all the people that everybody else likes. It's like you're
the people that you like are normally. I get the idea of like backing the underdog more than like I'm just going to attack the people that someone likes.
Yeah, it's the kid in school, the kid in high school. It's like when all the other kids like whatever the TV show is, that kid is like, no.
Yeah, I mean, I tend not because I'm not
sucks.
Right, I'm not really into big like blockbustery movies, but I also just don't bother to talk about them for the most part. But I like honestly, that's why I started doing Stuttering John to begin with. Was I did think like, oh, this guy's getting like a lot of hate for no reason. I mean, I don't think he really deserves this. So I get like that idea, or maybe Dan thinks like Chad's getting a lot of people are attacking him. Maybe he needs someone to defend him, or maybe he doesn't necessarily need someone to, but maybe like Dan thinks like, oh yeah, this guy is unfairly being attacked.
Dude, my view of Stuttering John is he's not a good guy.
I agree with that now, but I didn't know a lot about him when I first started going.
Right, and what happens with Stuttering John? It happened to me. It happens to everybody. You watch those streams, and he's such a pathetic person that you're like, oh, they're really going after him. Oh, they're really hard on him. Like, you feel like you want to defend him almost.
Yeah.
And you don't realize what a piece of shit he is until you have interaction with him or you watch the things that he does, and like when it came to Ava on the stream, the argument is for a lot of people was, oh, we had her on the stream because he wants this to show his kid that he doesn't have any, problems with the trans, but with trans stuff. But the problem with John is he's got a problem with his kid. Her gender is probably not a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean,
probably nothing to do with it, honestly.
Yeah, and also, but it's like he's got
I don't
three
like
kids.
To get involved.
He doesn't.
I don't want to get involved with him and his relationship with his kids.
Well, I don't. Yes, but you can't. But the problem is that you can't understand what's going on. You can't. Whatever. John talks about his kids. John's the one that's brought his kids into this, and so what happens is he uses his kids as a shield, right? They're attacking my kids. They're attacking my kids. And he uses his kids as a sword. My kid's going to the best school in the country, you know?
He's going to Harvard
and you can't, you can't do that. You don't have that both ways. You don't get to bring your kids in and use them against people and then not be questioned about your relationship with your kids.
Yeah. And to be fair, there are still things I think people go after John for that aren't like warranted. Like, for example, when he celebrated his 60th birthday, and I heard people like, who even cares about your birthday? Why does a grown man care about their birthday? And I'm like, I mean, I think at that point you're just kind of being an ass. Like that's
not a John. But that's not a John.
Who cares?
Thing.
Like
everybody.
Well, but I think at that point you're just trying to find something to go after him at, no matter what he does. And that really should be something you don't even care about if he wants to celebrate his 60th birthday.
No, but everybody goes after men who celebrate their birthday. It's kind of embarrassing.
I don't
know.
And especially because I turn 50 next in a couple months. So I don't know. I don't see anything wrong. I think when he turns 60, it's kind of that's a milestone thing.
I don't see anything wrong with turning 50. I do think that it's a little pathetic if you turned 50 and your way to celebrate it
if I
was
went
on YouTube because you don't have any friends.
That all right. That's fair. That's a little But I mean, he invited me to his birthday. I mean, yeah, I guess you have a point.
Thank you, Cigarette Jones. It's Final Boss's YouTube channel, everybody, and it's
he needs a better URL.
So,
everyone check out UC9Bs.
Beavis Leary, $2. John is such a genius. He turned 3 kids into 4. Missed that one, but I guess we get it. No, and there's just so much stuff like Carl saying his kids were losers. And the context of that has always been because of who their dad is. Right? Yeah, it's not about the kids, it's about you.
Yeah. If you just hear that, you're like, oh, that's a shitty thing to say. But if you actually hear what he said, it's nothing, honestly. And then John just brings it up all the time. John saying that all the time is worse. Because if Carl said that one time, like hardly anyone is going to remember or really care. But John saying it over and over, it's like it's being heard more often. You know what I mean? John is saying his kids are called losers more than people are calling his kids losers.
Right. And this is the thing. Alva puts this up here, and it says, we'll put that. This will go up right after that one comes down.
Oh, there we go. That's a better one.
Why insult the kids, scumbags? We're not insulting the kids.
I specifically said not to, that I did not.
That's the point. The point is that they're not insulting the kids. They're insulting the kid's father. That's what this is all about. And they're insulting a guy who says, I'm a great dad, but yet didn't pay child support, but accuses other people of doing things. It's not one-sided with John. And he says that they drew first blood. And I would argue that in many of the cases, John was actually the one that drew first blood, or he drew attention to something minor. But hey, I'm just sad my dad wasn't 60 years old getting blasted on YouTube every night for super chats.
Well, if a beer dissipates every hour, and if I drink 24 beers in a day, then I have no beers in my body.
Yes. One of my favorite Johnisms is going after people for COVID and not believing the science and arguing that they're all fucking stupid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. and then John gets presented with evidence that his HPV is lifelong.
Right.
He's convinced that no, it left my body.
Uh-huh.
So because his feeling override the science, but other people's feelings don't.
I will say this too about John. He's really horny lately. Like he's always pretty horny, but wow, anytime he has a woman on there, he's really horned up lately.
I laugh. I was watching the Miss Judy and actually got to stream with her last week. And boy, was he going for it. And, luckily she's good natured. But I was laughing when he was like, "Oh, I'm near you." I could.
Yeah, exactly. There was just a random like super chatter one day too. They were like, "I'm in, Florida or something." He's like, "Oh, let's meet up." And it was just like it could have just been like an avatar someone found online or something. They don't know. He doesn't know it's like an actual picture of them.
Ice Dancer says, "Who isn't horny all the time?" Trust me, Ice. One day, things will change. No, but he is. What do you call it? I don't know. I admire his ability though to take this shit and to continue with it and to constantly have the ability to find people who are willing to go along with it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's not too many people left anymore though. You Clay Dabbler. The one I don't understand is Vinny the lawyer. There's something there because even when I was on the show, like every time I'd be on, it'd be like he's banned, he's never coming back. Then it would be like the next day or 2 days later, he'd be back on the show. This happened at least 6 times while I was on the show.
Vince is a unique guy, and John needs him. John needs Vince in his life.
For what? Like, well, what's there?
Well, I am going to believe that Vince pulls a lot of the strings in John's life, like this lawsuit that John's got going. And Vince will confirm for John a lot of his delusional thinking. Vince tells him what he wants to hear, fucks with him, but also tells him what he wants to hear.
He's done. I mean, he's way worse to him than I ever was, or a lot of people were that he kicks out. And he's like done way worse stuff to Ava than I've ever said.
And with Vince, he's flying into New York. Vince will get him an Uber from the airport.
Right.
Vince sends him shit. So there's that. And I will say, Vince is a funny guy. When I was on the Judy,
oh no, I find him entertaining. Honestly,
I was on with Levy, and then Vince came on and whatnot. And I asked Vince, "Is John?" Because it just seemed to me that John was striking Schmuel over and over again and doing this because he's trying to force Schmuel into a settlement of this lawsuit, and at the same time drive a wedge between Schmuel and Carl. And Vince was like, "Oh, I don't know. I haven't read the lawsuit."
Right.
All right. And so we're supposed to believe that.
Yeah. That he's been talking about for months. I never even read it. Yeah. I heard that earlier today too.
Yeah. I have a very cool way of not having to listen to me. But I'll let people figure that out for themselves. All right, man. I think I'm going to wrap you up and then let you go. And then I'm going to start the John stream. You're welcome to stick with me, but you do look like you're a bit tired there.
Yeah, it's like 1:30 here, but I got it pretty early. So, all right.
It's 1:30
what's
here
the
as well.
John show?
This is the Stuttering John and Dan.
Okay. Yeah, you can watch that.
Clip from, I think I'd sent it to you earlier today.
Yeah.
I don't know if you got to see it, but I'm going to start that, and it's 25 minutes long, and we have 190 people in the chat of totally unbought viewers. So we will go on there, and I did send somebody from the West Coast a link, so they might pop in, and we'll do that. Neal, Merry Christmas, man. Thank you very much.
Do you you celebrate Hanukkah or
I'm
happy
a-
holidays, whatever you celebrate. It's fine.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. I need to go through my religious ancestry for Dr. Chow because he's fascinated by it. And I am much like Adam Goldstein, where you've got a bunch of things going on all at the same time. But there you go. I will say the funniest thing about the name Schmuel is I'm the only person that I've ever known. And since I've come into the Dabbleverse, we're all over the place. We're
Really?
even calling, the Comedy Cellar podcast.
Before I saw you and I just heard the name, I honestly thought it was like a name someone made up, like Schmuel Buckman. It does sound like an old like comedian name, you know what I mean? And I was like, that can't be a real guy. Like Flimsy Greenberg or something. And then
it's a real no. It's
I was like, oh, it's a real dude.
It's an old. It's an ancient name, and it's Samuel is the would be the closest that you would get to it today. But it's all a mystery, am I not?
And one thing I wanted to ask you is where's your favorite casino?
I don't really gamble as much as people think I do.
Okay, all right.
It's I have a gambling problem along with the I'm getting a divorce thing. It's sort of created. I like to play blackjack. And I learned how to play bubble craps. The bubble craps is fun to me.
It's like the pop thing.
Yeah, I don't usually play. It's the same odds as a crap table. Learn some stuff from EFS, and I play that because to play actual craps at a craps table is too much risk and not enough reward. So I'm in Jersey, so I will play at the Borgata when I can. Blackjack. I tried to learn poker in the last year, but do not have a poker face. And that's it. So my favorite casino is the one with the best odds and the lowest table stakes.
Oh, well, actually, so that's a good point though. Cause in, I think it's New Hampshire has a casino and it's the best odds. And I went there and it was, for the slots has really good odds. I forget the name of it. But for my local one, it's Encore Casino. It's owned by the
Wins.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're always going to lose gambling, right? Like over the long term.
Right.
And it's the thing of like, it's a risk reward thing it's like, oh, can I manage to gamble enough to get a free weekend out of this? That's basically my thing. And I have a limit, and I won, I think 3,700. It was either 3,750 or 3,550 at last Hackamania and Bubble Craps.
I heard about that. Yeah.
And I was thrilled with it. But the real gamblers were like, you're a fucking idiot. You should have owned the hotel, like with the number of rows you had. So
when you said about learning poker, did you not know how to play at all? Or you mean like,
no, I knew how to play, but I didn't know how to like play at a table with people and what the right moves are and
because
bluffing.
My grandfather taught me how to play poker and blackjack and like all the card games when I was like 4 or 5. And so I remember I would play with my grandfather and my mom and we'd play with like pennies and change. And like, I remember at one point I cried because I lost all my change and my mom was going to give me all the money back. And my grandfather was like, no, he's got to learn how to lose. And that's something that's always stuck with me. Like, I remember that. And I was a very, very small child, but that's true though. It's like, so when I go to the casino, only bring as much as you're okay with losing. So then it doesn't matter. You have a good time and it doesn't matter.
Never chase bad money. That's the big thing. All right, my friend, let me let you go, or else we're going to be here till the sun comes up.
Thank
Good
you
night,
for having me on.
Neal. Thank you for coming. Chat. Ones if we're want to see this Stallion clip, which I think I actually told people I was going to play, so I probably do it. Yes. On ban. And sometimes in life is life. All right. So there we go. Yeah, I guess I got a number 2, and so I didn't ask it. No, I'm malware scan. Very funny. Schmuel's doing the Dan mustache. To be honest with you, malware scan, this little thing that I have growing here is more than a month in the works. I've never been able to grow a beard. And I have been able to grow a mustache before, but I've never been able to like grow a beard. So I started doing this little thing, and it's going to be that. But if I do show up in a hat that says Schmuel World Order with a pair of dark sunglasses, feel free, guys. Feel free. Low T. It's possible, Dave Sarah. I think it's more genetics. It's been that way my entire life. So, there you go. When I was old enough to shave, I didn't have to shave. And so, what can I say to you? Let's unmute this, because otherwise it really sucks if we playing it and can't hear it. Right, kids?
Job on forget what show it was with Snaggletooth.
I don't know why.
And
let's do it this way.
say he did
We'll
a
try.
hell of a
One
job
more time.
on forget what.
And of course, if it's Schmuel talk, it has to be fucked up, right? Isn't that the way that these things go? So I will try to pull it up fresh here. I downloaded it so that I would have it handy and I wouldn't have any problems. But of course, I'm me, so this shit happens. I'm no Tukey. Let's put it to you that way, kids. So let me share screen, and we will go. So I am there, and we are. Let's give it a shot. Share screen, and let's see if that works. And then otherwise, we're going to bed, people.
Dan, the $2 Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid.
Very.
Hey,
fast.
Dan.
John, it's
anybody
a
able to
pleasure.
hear
Thank you
that?
so much for having me, brother.
Yeah, no,
Why
I
not
was
fuck it up?
very impressed
'Cause
with
that's
your
me. That's what I do. I do
your debate
everything like
skills.
these.
You were hitting him at every point, and not once could Lady Kate ever answer the question. And
I don't know
Vince
why.
and I watched, and Vince is a litigator,
I do
and we
not have
watched, and we're like,
sound,
this guy is
and
really
I don't
undressing.
really know that I can do anything about it.
Just do it. I mean, he's
sound
killing him.
tab is clicked
It was
into my
amazing.
streams, and so it looks like Danny and John are going to win this one. And also, yes.
Scripted. He plays his clips. He
Yes.
does his segments. So when somebody pushes back
all
on
right.
him,
Well, that's kind of
he
embarrassing.
loses control,
In
and
any
he starts
event,
using
I guess I'm
9/11
going to
analogies and
leave
other
on
crazy shit.
a
I mean,
good
you heard it.
note.
How many crazy analogies did he drop in there?
Dan, was that
God, I'm
the
glad I don't live
most
in Florida. Imagine getting wiped out by
amazingly
Mersh while he's
stupid
chatting
thing
on his phone?
to bring up
and Schmuel chat while
9/11
driving.
in reference to the shitware?
Somehow
I mean,
I will be the
that was
guilty one.
like, whoa,
Blame
wait
me.
a second.
They
I lost
always
a couple
blame
of
me.
friends at
Um,
9/11. What are you doing?
So
I don't know which was the worst analogy: 9/11
Sam
comparing you to
Bibley.
9/11 terrorism, or
I'm screen
comparing
recording
Shuley
the
to
chat, and I'm
Stern.
sending
I
it to
know,
Todd
Howard
Florida.
Stern.
Call
I
the
mean, come
cops on
on,
Mersh for texting
Carl. I
Todd
know
Florida.
you got to kiss Shuley's ass because you guys are all in your
It's
little
very
group
funny.
together. But I mean,
And,
come on, let's be honest
I
here.
explained to Quad
Shuley couldn't
why I was
shine
unhappy
Stern's
with
shoes,
that,
let alone
but,
be compared to him in
dislike
any way from
this
an entertainment standpoint. It's
trying
just,
to
it's insane. It's obnoxious.
And now, Dan, have
what's
you
the word
been
that I'm
in
looking
this
for? Fake
Dalverse for a while? Because
notifications.
This is the first time that I've seen you, and I don't know if you got word
like
of what I was saying, or if you watched anything. But I was like, this guy's good.
Content here. You should all be able to
I've been
see
an
that I
observer
have
for a
this
while, neutral
unmuted.
observer. You know, I the one thing that I don't do is I don't
sharing
align
this
myself with people. You know, I don't.
we
And when
are
I say that,
here,
not that I wouldn't, you
and
know, go on shows or do
I
things or
cannot
agree with
explain the
people.
audio.
But I don't like to
That's the
cozy up
deal
to
with
people.
that. I will try one more thing, and we will see if that works. And if it does, we will give that a shot. Otherwise, I'm going to call it quits because we've been on for quite a bit. So hang on, kids. Let's go here. Let's go there. Da 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 da. And oh lordy, and get in, and let's say if YouTube likes me or doesn't, and we'll go there. There isn't really much going on in Schmuel Talk for the weekend. It's Christmas. I do not have any streams planned for the moment. I suspect that we will be here. I don't know that we'll be here Thursday night, which is Christmas night, but if I come home and the missus pops into bed, I will be more than happy to come on, and let's try this one more time. And can't figure out. Oh, wait, maybe I do know. Nope. Can't do it. No can do. Da 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 da. There we go. Very weird. This is all fun, but I'm sure it's boring the fuck out of you guys. So let me just do this. We'll give it one more shot and see, because Dave Sauer could jump on and help me, but why would he do that? That would be bad. All right, stay on. So listen, so the clip is, I will put it in the link, put the link in the chat, and looks like we might be able to pull it off.
Just making some good points, so I thought I'd bring him on. Please welcome Dan, the $2 Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid. Hey, Dan.
John, it's a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, brother.
Yeah, no, I was very impressed with your debate skills. You were hitting him at every point, and not once could Lady K ever answer the question. And Vince and I watched, and Vince is a litigator, and we watched, and we're like, this guy is really undressing. Just do it. I mean, he's killing him. It was amazing.
Well, it's amazing. Carl has gotten so used to being surrounded by yes men, that he doesn't know how to answer simple questions, because he gets a laugh track anytime he says anything. Everything is scripted. He plays his clips. He does his segments. So when somebody pushes back on him, he loses control, and then he starts using 9/11 analogies and other crazy shit. I mean, you heard it. How many crazy analogies did he drop in that?
Dan was.
Oh my God. if you have to watch, it's too complicated for Schmuel to do, but you've got to watch Dan with these piercing questions that he had for Carl. And every time Carl tried to answer the question, Dan would change what he had asked. And oh my God, it was awful. But somebody just, one of you guys here, let's give it a shot. Am I missing something important? Because I think I am. Let's see. Let's just let's pull that back.
Could ooze of impropriety.
Percent of the people, then you'd have almost 200 times the work, right? And so that's it. My boss uses the term actionable items. She worked for the government. Actionable items is really common.
Wait.
A lot of people use that term. Like, it's really not that big of a
Karmic
surprise.
doing politics
but anyway,
now?
so my point is
Wait.
that's the reason.
And I'm assuming that that's Asmongold at the bottom and oozing of impropriety.
Reason why the federal government is garbage. That's the reason why.
Agreed.
It's because it's mismanaged, and the people that are doing process analysis for the federal government do it completely devoid of any sort of insight into the actual job that these people are doing. And like, in my opinion, if you just lowered those standards by like 30 to 40%, and then you just hired people that had higher accuracy and better rates of,
Everybody's got a solution, right? Like I said, 64, I've been hearing the same shit for 1,000 years. And come on.
like being more certain and not doing things wrong, the federal government would work a million times better. Because the problem is that right now they process things very quickly. But the problem is that if you're processing something really quickly, there's also a very high rate of error. So what happens is that, like, let's say this is what would happen at the IRS, right?
I have to say, I know people love Asmongold. A lot of viewers, does really well. I find him tedious. And again, there's a lot of, we make these assumptions, and everybody wants to do things better and everything is going to change. Remember Doge, people? How long did that last for? And what happened there? And I think that is bullshit. All right. I will put up. I will. I'm gonna do one more. Choices, kids. I got karmic. I got a lot of stuff here. But I'll do myself. Why not? We'll put this up from last night. And I was on with BYB and JMO, and we got to talk about Mersh. So speaking of Steve, let's watch our friend JMO. This is the thing I don't get. Like, I don't really get why people are so mad, like at Mersh, like taking it personally. And JMO, I gotta say, he says he's not taking it personally here, but I'll let you cats decide.
Forgivable sin, apparently.
Well, you did. Look, you're fucked with him, and I can understand him being pissed, right? like I would have been pissed if you'd ambushed me the same way. And
tonight,
right, and I feel about Jesse PS the way you feel about Mersh. So yeah, that's why I would wind up taking that. You know, decide that I do.
Okay, but that's kind of back to the thing though. I don't know if this is just a temporary thing with him going back to Kiki because he hates that MJ Murphy lady so much. I'm thinking that Mersh is always kind of wishy-washy with people, so he plays big dog. He'll go on Kevin Brennan's show and he'll play big dog to his face. He's just boisterous and pain in the ass in that way. And whatever he
has
runs
no self-awareness is what you mean to say. He doesn't.
Yeah, he runs people off.
Self-awareness.
He gets run off by being butthurt like we did to him many moons ago, and he won't forget about it.
And he ran off from the Stuttering John thing too because Ava was giving it to him pretty good.
I didn't see that. I did see him own Chad 3 times.
On there. Yes, that's
Mersh is, but yeah, it's the same thing. Quad, Mersh is Mersh, right? Like Quad is Quad. That's what he does. Mersh is boisterous. He's loud, right? He gets into these things. The Kiki thing surprised me, but that it happened. But then as I look at it, I'm like going, this is him. He's just trying to, he's the ultimate trying to get people getting eyes on his channel. And if we've watched anything in the last year, he's really stopped being as self-destructive as he was. And
he's basically Aaron Imholt that smokes cigarettes. I mean, that's it.
Disagree.
And once you see that, you cannot unsee it. That's the problem.
How is he like Aaron?
Okay, so we'll start with the fact that he is the type of person that screams at his chat if he's not making the money that he feels he's owed, and he goes about begging like a bitch.
AB, it's all part of the guild. We're in the background.
I mean, begging. I need this much, but then in the same breath, he'll say, "I won't read $2 chat." You know what I mean? I mean, that among the lack of.
But I don't understand how that's like Aaron.
Well, sure. There's going to be.
I don't see him.
There's
begging.
plenty of examples. Yes, there's plenty of examples of him begging. So that's not even up for debate. But plenty of examples. I mean, there's an entire slew of him just, I need money, and then a new grift, and then I need money, and I need money, and I need shaking the can. But it's not even that. It's the majority of it is, to me, is the lack of self-awareness and the obvious self-importance that he carries on when he's in these situations. And it's like he has no business
100
carrying himself that way. But no matter how much life knocks him down and tells him he doesn't belong, he just keeps getting back up and acting like he does. It's impressive.
Right? Isn't that what's funny? Right? Isn't that what's funny?
So, Schmuel, do you look at Mersh and see a lol cow, or do you see this very entertaining radio broadcast professional? Like he's a nightwave radio. You know what I mean?
I don't look. I don't see him as either. I think I think he knows how to hold a stream. I find him entertaining. I argue with him quite a bit because I think his politics are stupid. But it's not that I'm holding him in high esteem, but I am saying that, he's doing what he's doing and he's making money at it. Why are we having a problem? Why do we have a problem with that? And of course he's got a lack of self-awareness. He admits that. That's the difference, one of the differences between him and Imholt. And the other thing with him is when he's begging, he's asking for money for himself, right? He's saying, I need money. Another Schmuel fuck up. I lost the stream. I don't know, like, why do you care? Like, why do you let it bother? Let's go back a few minutes.
Play big dog to his face. He's just boisterous and pain in the ass in that way.
So
and whatever.
The background to this.
Hey, where are you, David?
He runs people off. He gets.
Thank you, David. The background of this is BYB has a thing with Mersh. Mersh has a thing with BYB. Mersh came on the show and Quad ambushed him with Jesse PS, and Mersh was like, "I'm not here. I'm taking off," and I don't blame him. You got ambushed. You didn't get. Thank you. No, I'm looking at for $2. Happy holidays, Buckman. Thank you. Look, again, Mersh is on. Pod Awful comes on. Pod Awful hates Mersh. Pod Awful runs these old, like, gimmick, same bullshit stories over and over again. Mersh doesn't want to hear it. Quad thinks it's hilarious. Mersh leaves. That's running Mersh off the show. The problem is that Mersh will never come back on. And so now Quad is mad at Mersh. And supposedly Mersh is the one that's butthurt. But I didn't think that.
Run off by being butthurt like we did to him many moons ago, and he won't forget about it.
And he ran off from the Stuttering John thing too, because Ava was giving it to him.
I know
good.
we played this. I didn't see that. I did see him own Chad 3 times.
That well, I mean,
I like hearing about Mersh. Mersh is, but yeah, it's the same thing. Quad, you know, Mersh is Mersh, right? Like Quad is Quad. That's what he does. Mersh is boisterous. He's loud, right? He gets into these things. The Kiki thing surprised me, but that it happened. But then again, so AB, I think it gets mentioned in the thing. Malware Span, is this real? I can't stand Pod Awful, so I don't watch it. But I wondered if there was real dirt. There is no real dirt. Pod Awful is accusing Mersh of having an illicit Tumblr account. But the thing is, like, from years before there was any kind of double verification, and in order, if you watch it, in order for it to have been true, it's just like there's too many pieces of the puzzle that would have to have fallen into place to do it. But it's not, facts are not going to stop Pod Awful, right? The guy's just going to keep. I don't like Mersh, so therefore I'm going to keep going and keep going. So, and what do they say? Decline host, I get the Pod Awful is very much a hated guy, but damn, sometimes he has bangers. I'd recommend, right? Even a broken clock is right twice a day. OG Mumbly Nick, Decline, I get the link quite often. Lucky for you, I ghost Buckman all the time. A complaint of his. I can't add anything of value to this. I'm nothing if not self-aware. Yeah, I don't think we've been turned down or link ignored more than anyone there. Unbanned Josh Denny fan. Buckman trying to start a feud, a Pod Awful feud for some heat. I don't think Pod Awful has any heat. I have blocked him in my chat before. So if there's a beef, it goes back quite a long time. But then as I look at it, I'm like going, this is him. He's just trying to, he's the ultimate trying to get people getting eyes on his channel. And if we've watched anything in the last year, he's really stopped being as self-destructive as he was. And
well, he's basically Aaron Imholt that smokes cigarettes. I mean, that's it.
Disagree.
And once you see that, you cannot unsee it. That's the problem.
How is he like Aaron?
Okay, so we'll start with the fact that he is the type of person that screams at his chat if he's not making the money that he feels he's owed. Mm-hmm. And he goes about begging like a bitch. I mean, begging. I need this much. But then in the same breath, he'll say, I won't read $2 chat. You know what I mean?
I don't get what JMO's problem is with this. He keeps talking about Mersh begging. He's doing what people who get super chats do. So
I mean that among the lack of
but I don't understand how that's like Aaron.
Well, sure, there's going to be.
I don't see him.
There's plenty of examples. Yes, there's plenty of examples of him begging. So that's not even up for debate. But plenty of examples. I mean, there's an entire slew of him just, I need money, and then a new grift, and then I need money, and I need money, and I need shaking the can. But it's not even that. It's the majority of it is, to me, is the lack of self-awareness and the obvious self-importance that he carries on when he's in these situations. And it's like, he has no business carrying himself that way. But no matter how much life knocks him down and tells him he doesn't belong, he just keeps getting back up and acting like he does. It's impressive.
Right. Isn't that what's funny? Right. Isn't that what's funny?
Schmuel, do you
you're
look at Mersh and see a lol cow, or do you see this very entertaining radio broadcast professional? Like he's a radio nightwave radio. You know what I mean?
I don't look. I don't know. I'd ask NJ Ranger. Isn't that really a false dichotomy? Right. You are not either a superior radio broadcaster or a locale, right? So I don't know. I don't see him as either. I think I think he knows how to hold a stream. I find him entertaining. I argue with him quite a bit because I think his politics are stupid. But it's not that I'm holding him in high esteem, but I am saying that, he's doing what he's doing and he's making money at it. Why are we having a problem? Why do we have a problem with that? And of course he's got a lack of self-awareness. He admits that. That's the difference, one of the differences between him and Imholt. And the other thing with him is when he's begging, he's asking for money for himself, right? He's saying, I need money. I need this. He's not Aaron Imholt like, oh, we're all in this together, gang.
All right.
I think I get why he annoys people. I mean, I
Stancer
draws your eyes away from
I had zero problem with him, though.
But it's entertaining.
I had zero problems with this fucking guy. I had zero problems with him.
This fucking guy.
And he just kept going and going. In his mind, he thinks he's this guy. He's just not.
But JMO, who's having the parasocial relationship then, right? Like, if you know that somebody on Twitter or whatever, whoever it is the guy that you're describing, then you laugh. Like, I don't know. So JMO keeps insisting that Mersh is having parasocial relationships, which may or may not be true. But in this case, it really felt to me like JMO was the one having the parasocial relationship. He was getting annoyed, completely getting annoyed at Mersh. Like, he keeps saying it's not personal, but this really feels like it was personal. And the other part of this is you're JMO. I'm Schmuel Buckman, right? On a normal night, like 30 viewers or something. Like, nobody owes me a link to come on and have a beef, right? Like, it's not going to happen. And I mean, the oldest trick in any of these things is you attack the big guy, right? So you're going to attack the more successful guy and hope that he comes after you, and you get the heat from that. And Mersh was not going to have JMO on the stream. Like, why do you care? Like, why do you let it bother you? I mean, you really do seem upset about it.
Oh, no. The main, if he were to come on right now and was like, we'll squash it, we'd squash it. I don't have any personal problem with Mersh. I'm not the type of person that's going to let somebody just do hours worth of material on me, and I'm not going to respond at some point, which is what took place. Because literally he did a week's worth of shit on me before I said anything. So right. And then as soon as I started saying something, Schmuel, what happened? He shut the fuck up. So he's not that guy. That's what I'm telling you.
I know, but which benefited you? Which benefited you more? So if he's on there talking shit about you and creating this sort of the drama or whatever, and it's attracting attention to you,
lore,
right? The JMO lore, and
all that,
and you're going and you quash it like it's all gone. Does anything come of that? And I think Mersh is a showman, right? Like, I would say the difference between Mersh and Imholt is I think Imholt thinks so. Essentially, JMO thinks Mersh is a sissy because when JMO went after him, Mersh took off and ran away and never continued what was going on. All right. I mean, I ain't no genius, but let's say that Mersh gets 400 viewers, right? BYB in an average night, 60, 75, right? Who is the, like, why are you trying to squash this? Why are you trying to force the guy to run away? I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. I mean, yeah, you want to stand up for yourself and you want to say what you believe, and all this, but this guy Mersh decides, you're not worth it anymore. The fuck do you wind up with? How did that benefit you? That's what I don't understand. Is it's like I'm not getting what benefits what the benefit of JMO harboring all this hate is about. That he's important, and
You don't think Mersh thinks
everything
that?
and let me finish. And everything he says is like his everything that he thinks. What the fuck do I say? I don't think Mersh thinks that he's got people that are going to follow him and do what he does. But I think that I don't think Mersh thinks that people adore him. I think
Hard to disagree.
I think
Hard to
Aaron
disagree.
thinks there are people that adore him. Do I think? Look, Mersh definitely 100%. I mean, he's not going to take an L. It's like,
what do you mean?
He doesn't do.
All he takes is L.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I guess I explained this.
He's been doing this for 20 years allegedly, and he is nowhere. He's
right,
done
but you're not right. That's not what I meant. What I didn't mean was he's not going to own an L.
Yeah.
He's not going to say I lost, no matter what it is, right?
Yeah,
his car gets repoed, and he tells us the story of going to Walmart and the debit card and we get tons of content out of that, and it's entertaining, and you feel like it's pathetic. But he's doing it, right?
MGD is with Ray now, Schmuel.
It gets attention.
Ray is the burden of
my
my
attitude
life.
is he doesn't care. I think that's maybe where we're going here. I don't think Mersh cares what you think about him.
Oh, he shouldn't. Absolutely not.
And Imholt is like sweating about.
He blocked it out mostly in his mind. Yeah. He's learned. I mean, he's been having people come after him for a long time. So he was part of blood sports. He does kind of know what this all brings to him.
Imagine
he's had plenty of it brought to him for sure.
Where is all this pestering Scott Sauer
he
going?
won't even own just having been ambushed by Jesse PS was a loss. Visually it's a loss when you come. So your enemy comes on and you pop off immediately because you're too afraid to confront them. And then he just goes away and be like, well, I just ain't doing that.
See, this is where I disagree. Yes, if your enemy comes on or somebody that you're arguing with comes on and you look like a pussy when you pop off, and especially if it's a new beef, yes. But in this case, it's like JPS has been peddling the same shit over and over and over again. And it's like, I'm thinking if I were in the position, I'm not speaking for Mersh, but it's just like, how many times are we going to go over this? Like, we're just spinning wheels here. And to use an earlier term, it doesn't benefit either one of us. I waste my time. And Mersh is a guy who has his own stream. His own stream makes money. He's on BYB arguing with a person who's going to fuck with him and keep covering the same ground. And it's like, fuck, I just go do my own stream and make money. I'm not going to sit here and do that. And right, somebody who's scared of looking like a pussy is an easy target, Haas. I didn't think, and these are opinions, right? Boomer opinions or whatever. I didn't think Mersh looked like a pussy. I didn't think he looked like I didn't think he looked like an easy target. And my feeling in an argument like that is I would just be exasperated. It's only a couple minutes left. And
I'm just not going to sit there when Jesse PS pops on. Like I'm not down with doing that. I won't do that. I would never do that. Not after what Jesse PS done to me. Like that's the way he'll frame it up. However,
what would you have liked him to have done?
hung out and had a conversation with Jesse PS, who
But Jesse PS is not somebody that you can have a conversation with, right?
Well, to a degree. I mean, of course, you could say a few things and be like, all right, dude, if you're just going to sit here and bash me and say this, that, and the other thing, then I will.
But that's what Jesse PS has done all the time. Now, you also didn't tell Quad Jesse PS or Mersh that Jesse PS was going to be on, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't look. I don't think it's as much of a loss as you think it is. I mean, I think there's a segment of people that think it's a loss. There are Jesse fans, and they're going to like it. But Jesse is fucking obsessed with Mersh.
True.
Right? Like, overly obsessed with Mersh. And it's like, it's kind of, somebody put icky. It's kind of creepy. I don't know. If I had somebody like that, I don't think I would have hopped off too. Right? But I mean, what would you want me to do? Am I going to go on? Does it serve me to then go on? Remember when I had the fight on your show, when I had the fight with, what's his name? Rochi, right? When I came on and spurred out.
Oh, yeah.
What do you want me to do? Walk around for a month self-flagellating about how embarrassing that was and how terrible that was, and I should, never have done. I mean, why would I do that? Why would Mersh go on and say, "Oh, I had a loss"? It was a win for you, and I get that. But he's the beaten one. He's going to frame it the way he wants, right?
He's just.
So I'm going to give my boy, unbanned Josh Denny fan, put up his chat. Jesse is obsessed with Mersh. Schmuel is in love with Mersh. No, I feel like it was a fight, and I'm reviewing the fight in my feeling, like what was going on in the heads of the fighters. And in my view, Jesse came on with the same old Jesse stuff that Jesse always has, and Mersh didn't see a benefit in doing it. And did he take an L? Like I said, I'm sure Jesse's people were all like, yeah, Mersh took an L. But in my mind, it's like, if he did take an L, it was only among those people, and the rest of the people thought, he left. It wasn't all that interesting. And it certainly hasn't hurt Mersh, right?
He's constantly going around like saying, whatever, man, maybe it's a tactic too, just to annoy everyone, because he's like, oh, I do this and I do that, and it just makes people break down and spurg out, and then they make mistakes and then they cell phone. But that's not necessarily what's happening, obviously.
I will answer that. Decline host, Mersh is a whole weirdo. How can you not see that? He is a weirdo. I agree with you. I absolutely 100% agree that Mersh is a weirdo, that he's completely different than normal people, if that's the right word. But that's what makes him interesting, right? If Mersh was just the guy who came on and went, yeah, everything is shit. I was living in the back of my car. It was terrible. I couldn't get a job. I had to sleep on my friend's couch for 3 years. Nobody would know who he was. Nobody would be paying attention to him, right? So let's go. You
but he acts like he rules the Dabbleverse now while talking shit about it. And he's making whatever, man. Congratulations. Welcome to the Dabbleverse. Enjoy all of that money you're now making off of the Dabbleverse, which is great for you. And it bothers me 0% that you make.
I think it does bother you, Quad. I really do. I mean, at least it seems that way to me, because I watch Quad, enough to know that he only gets heated with certain people, right? Like normally he's, I don't know that he doesn't really give a fuck. And there's certain people that really do seem to get him juiced up, and Mersh is one of those guys.
Money, but at the same time he tries to like big dog and tell everybody, oh, you're just a bunch of boomer losers. I'm not part of the Dabbleverse. I'm above it. Like it's so scummy, dude.
So Be Nice 66, Schmuel low-key hates incels. It's not low-key. Let's see, malware scan said something here. We can say Quad is jealous of Mersh, but Mersh still taking L's and a pussy. Right. But Maoist Grand, the question that I'm asking, right? I'm not saying the guy's not taking L's. I'm saying he's not owning L's. But does an L mean the same thing to everyone, right? Can taking an L sometimes benefit you in the streaming universe, right? Now, like, this is the question. And is the L that Mersh took for getting off the stream worse than the L that he possibly could have taken had he stayed on the stream and Jesse came out with more stuff or tried something new? Right? There's a term and I can't remember because it's 2:20 in the morning, but it's got something to do with quitting while you're ahead or quitting while you know you're not behind. So
he's like JMO says a lot. He's playing a character that he's just not that guy. He is not that cool badass motherfucker.
And he could
a dopey little dork that just happened to show up and should be thankful that he's kicking ass in the Devilverse.
Mersh is a big boy. If he wanted, if
Unbanned Just Any Fan, you don't really get much. I don't really put you up too much in the chat, but so let's do that tonight. Schmuel is trying to say Mersh's L's are actually W's. You can't make this up. It's not what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, can you take a big capital L and make it into a smaller L, right? Like, it doesn't look good running off screen. But again, would staying have, right? So if you're thinking of clipping and what people are getting out there, right? There's this moment that he left. He stays there and takes, let's say he took a beating from Pod Awful, right? Now you've got 5 or 6 clippable moments where you look like an asshole, right? Dan ran from a stream with me once, looked like a complete bitch, but it was a one-time thing. Now, we could have come back on and what could have happened again and again, but it didn't, right? So, smart move. You take one L and you move on from that instead of risking taking multiple L's. That's really all I'm saying, right? This isn't, and the problem that I find with you guys is that you take this shit too personally. So you think that if I'm here speaking about Mersh's strategy, then that means that I must be negative towards the other guys. I don't like Jesse PS, not something that I'm interested in. So I get why you would feel that way, but that's not what I'm doing here. This is me with, we talk about the Schmuel network and other stuff. What I'm trying to do is look at a bigger picture and say, maybe rethink some of this stuff. Maybe this is why some of the people that you feel are absolute locals and shouldn't be streaming and whatnot are still going. And, say what you will about Mersh, the guy's had a renaissance in the last year, right? So, streaming wise, he must be doing something right. That's all I'm trying to say. And
if truth be told, Mersh is a big boy. If he wants to make problems and then squash it down the line, he has the mental capacity to let shit go. I've seen it. And I'm telling you, there's some people in here that don't have that mental capacity to compartmentalize it and go, that's not real. He does. So there is hope there at the end of the.
Schmuel, you always lie to the chat for people you don't like. I lie to the chat for people you don't like. I don't know. I'd like to figure that one out. Maybe you could explain it. So I don't know what you mean. Okay, Matt, if you say Mersh is doing something streaming, then you're saying JSCPS is doing something great streaming. Not in my universe. So it doesn't really matter, right? So my view is not going over there. So I don't know. Like I don't know what Jesse's stuff is. So there we go. He just pretended he didn't even know what you mean. Malware. Yeah, I pretended. Because that's what I spend all my time doing is pretending. And Sam, I would, but it's too late, and we'll have to have another time, and I need somebody to, what's the word that the mob uses? I don't know. Let me know that the guy is okay. I don't really know who Malware Scan is. So,
the trail at some point. But the problem is he, in his mind, he gets to be this guy that screams at everybody and yells at everybody, but they're not allowed to respond, because if they do, it's, that's a big problem,
See, this is, again, I don't get it. I don't understand what you mean by you're not allowed to respond. I think really what you mean is you're responding, but they're not responding back to you. Isn't that what happened here? Is like Mersh did something and then he just he was like, I'm done with JMO, right? So I have a feeling that it almost feels like JMO is more upset that he has unfinished business with Mersh, and Mersh is like, I don't care. And I get that, and I totally get it, but it drives people crazy. And when it drives people crazy, it drives money and viewers to his stream. And so
true.
I can see why he does it. Yeah, he's a character. Look at the guy, right? I don't know, what is he? He's 5'10". He looks like a pear, right? He's got the eye thing going. He's got all that.
More likely,
and yet he's going on. He's actually, I think, 5'11". But
doubtful.
Mugshot, from a mugshot. It's government confirmed. But it doesn't matter, right? Like, to me, this is my opinion, none of that matters. What I think, it's funny because you're looking at this guy who looks like an absolute dork and is talking to you about women.
Thank you,
with all the confidence in the world, like he's Brad Pitt, right? He did a comedy. He was up on stage at one of these shows and absolutely bombed at being on stage with doing comedy, right?
Yeah.
And yet he's challenging Chad to a on stage comedy thing.
Because he's retarded. He doesn't have any awareness.
But he's got I would argue he's got 100% awareness.
I would argue
Sean LQ. Mersh is going to teach Rumble team how to restructure their sales and advertising. He's just waiting for the CEO to return his call and hire him. Come on. That had to be one of the funniest things of the last year is watching Mersh go on about, I've been at radio sales forever, and the way you do it is, I mean, I don't know if Mersh takes himself seriously, but I did kind of think it was pretty fucking funny out there. All right. He knows exactly what he knows exactly what he's doing.
He believes in his mind he is good at comedy. I don't think you're right on that one. He believes in his mind the only reason he doesn't do comedy is because he doesn't feel like it. He believes in his mind that he is good at comedy. I'm telling you.
Does his show, not stand up, but does his show make you laugh? Do you laugh?
It has before. I'm not saying that he's not talented at what he does. I think you're taking it more like, for me, it's not, I'm not personally upset with Mersh. I'm just not going to allow him to just shit on me. I got to respond.
I'm not personally upset with him. J-Mo.
So if he says something shitty, I'm going to say something shitty. That's what happened. But I'm not personally upset. I'm not hurt. My family's not hurt.
Exactly, Sean.
Exactly. There's no real animosity. Do you understand? So, but I do think he's a dork. But so that's why it's like, when he started coming at me like that, I'm just like, all right, well, now I'm going to just go ahead and let you know how I think. But
I think your example, Schmuel, was a good one where, he talks about like as if he's a ladies' man. And now that he's got a girlfriend, it's constantly like, oh, my old lady, my dumb old broad, my retarded lady. She's, whatever. And we all know he has not had a girlfriend in like a fucking decade, dude.
That's not an act. That's not an act.
But it's hilarious. I mean, isn't it hilarious for a guy who hasn't had a girlfriend in a decade to have a girlfriend for like a weekend and go, oh, me and my chick, I got to take the chick out to dinner this weekend.
But he's not doing it on purpose.
I think he knows. I think he knows that he's fucking with you, and I think it works. It's not just you, but the world leader.
No, I don't think so. I think he really honestly thinks these things in his brain. I think so. I'm telling you, man.
Here's the thing, J-Mo, like with the woman thing, like he did have a job at a strip club managing it. So in his mind, he's like the coolest guy that ever lived because he had some shitty job for a few months or whatever.
Why he always talked about when I was a manager at the strip club. That was his girlfriend.
He won't shut up about being a manager of strippers. Like,
and it's not
like that's the worst. That's got to be like the worst job ever.
It's a crutch in his talking points. That's how you know it's not putting on an act, because he's literally using it.
Unbanned Josh, Jenny Van Schmuel is trying to explain to everyone that anything bad about Mersh is just Mersh doing comedy. Incorrect. What I'm trying to say is that I think the things that Mersh does, and you can call them bad or whatever, draws attention to Mersh, and it draws viewers to Mersh, and people send him money because of it. So it's a character, right? So you're getting mad at Mersh for doing what's working for him. Just my view.
As a crutch, it doesn't personally bother me. But I'm just like, I'm going to point it out. If you're going to tell me I'm a loser piece of shit, I'm going to make sure I point out the things that are a loser piece of shit about you as well. But I mean, it's not, Yeah, I think he's entertaining. Yes. I've always said that. I never once went after, everybody will tell you, I never went after Mersh until he started going after me. And I let it go on for a while, to be fair.
He drew first blood.
Man. I just,
Yeah, see, I think maybe just a different way of handling it, because it's like,
but I don't take it personally.
Look, what I'm saying is, I don't think Mersh is losing sleep at night because J-Mo is going after him. That's what I'm trying to point out. And when Schmuel reads his statements in my comments, he realizes how dumb they sound. He says I'm wrong and then changes what he meant. Disagree. Josh, I think what it is you are presenting a statement and I'm giving you my answer to that, and you're not getting from me what you want. So you're perceiving it as me changing what I'm saying. I mean, you're saying your statements are accurate and my statements are inaccurate. Not a statement of fact, right? We're going back and forth. Isn't this opinion, as that old dead chef used to say? Always going to get people you're always going to get people coming at you. You're always going to get people talking shit about you. And what I find is that most of
the same exact thing, though, Schmuel.
Most of these guys, with Dan, is Dan's doing it to get a rise at me. I don't go on shows shitting on Dan. I got asked a question tonight. Dan hasn't come up on my show in I don't know when. I just pretty much ignore him. But except tonight, we did Dan talk. But I expected a little more vitriol from the other side. I can say what I think about him, but it's certainly not the same. I haven't gone after Dan at all in any of the places where Dan's come after me at, and I barely respond to what he says. But it's different because Mersh is trying to get that response. Mersh wants to go there, and Dan is trying. And malware scan. Schmuel, agree. I don't think he's losing sleep over JMO, but for the most part, none of us are convinced that Mersh is this guy who he's trying to convince us he is. Isn't that part? See, to me, that's just part of the gimmick, right? Like, I mean, how do you listen to, and we didn't talk about Mersh, but how do you listen to any of these people and think that in a lot of cases, this is who they are, right? That is, I think that's the point that I'm trying to get across. It's not, and I have to be honest. I'm not sitting like I don't know. There's some guys that I find just totally dishonest and I can't watch, like a steel toe guy. But I don't know why, but I find the Mersh stuff funny. The fact that he laughs at his own jokes. The thing he does with Ice where he's acting like, he's been with her for 30 years. And I do admire stuff like when his car got repoed, right? He came on and talked about his car getting repoed. He didn't hide from it. He didn't run from it. He didn't say it was somebody else's fault, right? He didn't pay the bill. And then he had to go through this whole process to get it back. And as pathetic as it was entertaining, right? I don't know, and look, we're allowed to disagree here, right, kids? Trying to be this WWE manager, constantly starting fights and doing that. So he wants the attention. So my goal with him is to not give it to him. Look, right. And unban Josh Denny fan, right? Just because everything stupid Mersh does is funny doesn't mean he's doing any part of it on purpose. You are correct. And I'm not, I don't know how much of it he does on purpose, and I don't know how much he doesn't. But I do know that in the end, and particularly in a JMO Mersh fight, Mersh comes out on top, right? And to be perfectly honest, I don't care. Like, it's funny to me, right? I don't necessarily go back and look at, the reasoning. If I find a Bill Burr with a funny joke or a Dave Attell with a funny joke, I don't know. Do I go back and analyze them for it? That's what I'm trying to say. And unban Josh Denny fan, Mersh is trying to be funny on purpose, is never funny. I disagree with you, but I think what I'm trying to say is I don't think it matters, right? If it's funny, it's funny. And Mersh's goal is to do a stream, he enjoys doing it, and make money. So if he's accomplishing those two things, does it matter if he's delusional or not? It doesn't seem, I don't know, it doesn't seem stuttering Johnish to me. And so Declinos fight me in Vegas. Yeah, Declinos. I'm an old man. My fighting days are long over. Cigarette Jones. Do you prefer dick riding or ball washing, Mersh Schmuel? No, I like. I'm a waxer, right? I'm gonna make that fucking sack. You'll be able to see your face in it, and malware scan says it's not funny. We're making fun of him. That's what's funny. is that why all the people are there, right? But also, yeah, and if that's why you find it funny, right? I get it. What I'm trying to get down to here, malware scan, is whether it's intentional or accidental, it works, right? I mean, it's not Skankfest level work, but it works. People want him on their show. He's making money on his streams. So, does it work? Mersh was driving Bobo, but Mersh can talk about those NEW days. Like he was sitting there with he was running Opie and Anthony basically. I can't understand how you don't find that fucking later, Josh.
It's not that we don't find it funny, dude. You're looking at it from he's doing it on purpose to make laughs. We're looking at it as he's a fucking retard and it's hilarious. He doesn't realize how stupid he is.
He's fumbling his way through life. It's beautiful.
Now, you're welcome to be wrong at this, but that is exactly what's happening. You are wrong.
The trailer, and so I hit him with the fucking "you live in the back of your fucking car," and boy, oh boy, you got sensitive.
So Scooney 68. I'd say half the time I'm laughing at Mersh, the other time I'm laughing with him. Scooney, I think it's reasonable. I think that we in the Dabbleverse like to make solid determinations and put things in a box. And I think what I'm trying to get across is that it's much more fluid than that. And there we go.
And those, you got in his feelers on that one. He came back at with me. Oh, it was only for months. It was like, yeah.
It'd be a fast fight.
And by the way,
which shows he's got self-awareness, right? But he's had people. The thing, look, my view is he's had people come at him for so long about so many things. But he's just better at handling it and dealing with it than
how much of that does he bring upon himself though? Before we start this pity party,
100%.
So what the fuck are we doing? Like, what are we talking about? He literally does it to himself. That's a locale. I don't know how else we can describe it. I mean, you've actually cemented it for me now. Thank you. I don't understand. Look, man,
getting him to react like he is a locale. Like he reacts. He never owns anybody. And if you spend 5 minutes fucking with him, he will go away every time because you can own him. And I haven't really seen anybody take him on yet that hasn't owned him, except for Chad, like you said earlier. Chad's the only one that he's really like got his ass handed to him.
And Chad technically's got the upper hand now because he went to his house.
A couple of the chats here. Decline host, coward. You don't have the stones to face me. I don't have the stones to face Michaela. Pest. I'm surprised the Dabbers know-it-all is ball washing a guy that said he's going to destroy it. Pest. I get that you guys think this is ball washing. I get it. I understand it, right? But I'm not ball washing him, right? I'm offering a different take on it. The question is not whether a locale like me is ball washing Mersh, and you don't think I should be because he says he wants to destroy the Dabbleverse. A better question would be, why are other people having him on their shows, and why are they inviting him to events if that's the case? And I think it's a valid question, right? But I think the answer would be, I don't think anybody believes that Mersh wants to or could, if he wanted to, destroy the Dabbleverse. Declinos, you don't have the stones to face me. I'm like probably 5'7" now. If we stood far enough away, we could face each other, but I'd probably be looking into your chest, I think. Hang on a sec. Let's put this.
Oh, you know what I mean? So it's like
Chad doesn't have Chad hasn't had the upper hand on anything in 13 years, so let's not go there.
Mersh hadn't had it in 20.
Come outside and
there we are. He's
got a girlfriend. Chad doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, true. But that's another funny one there.
Go down that, but I ain't got time.
Yes, past he was invited. But I would put that in there, and also say, like, I don't know what the Hackamania thing was, but did he pester himself? Sorry. Did he pester himself to getting an invite? But if you allow yourself to be pestered and getting an invite, then you're acquiescing. It means you didn't, but you didn't have the balls to say no to him. But I look, man, I get your point. Past. Carl did a show with him in Largo last year. Dave Sarah was there. He was invited to that. He was invited to Hackamania this year, correct? He was on This Little Piggy with Melton. I mean, Dabbleverse shows, right? I mean, that's what I see. I don't think I'm making. Either they're not generalizations, and I'm not making them up. So that's the question, and it's actually a decent question, right? That you have that, and I would think the answer would be they don't think he can or would destroy it. So I just, God, let's do this first.
Tonight, I got shit to do.
First, getting handed down a lady with ass mouth. That's all we need. I guess that's how we could describe that.
What CPR, as they call it.
No, and I'm sorry, Quad. I know you wanted to do clips and stuff, but I find it's
I don't mind.
I think it's more fun to go back and forth with this. I have to tell you, I think that Jesse PS had a time and whatever, but it's not like this stuff with Mersh is so past. He has to sell 15, 20 tickets to go. Then you have information that nobody else has. That's from what I know, just in general, not having inside information. Mersh hasn't been invited. Mersh will be there. I think there's an expectation that he will sell tickets, but I don't think there's a requirement that he will. So let's go on here. So old with him, and it's so like hit the Tumblr thing. He's got to get 87 things aligned to make that story work. It just doesn't go anywhere. And Mersh has been owned for so many things. This is not one of them. There's too many real things to do. But
And what did I say about the Tumblr thing, Quad? What did I say when the Tumblr thing came up?
Yeah, it seems far-fetched.
I said it was probably bullshit.
And the emails matching up and proving the emails go to this guy. It was convoluted, and I thought possibly.
Yeah, that's my point, right? That Jesse PS
we
stuff
did run with it over here for a reason.
But I mean, it's like what I guess what I'm trying to say is, to me, I find that uninteresting. But what I do find interesting is that there's enough real stuff about Mersh, right?
Oh boy,
real quality stuff, and the way he handles it, I think, is entertaining. But then again, maybe I don't know what the difference. Maybe I don't know the definition of lolcow.
Well, I mean, I don't. It's highly disputed, to say the least. But the thing is like, okay, you've laughed at things that Aaron.
All right, kids, lolcow or low-cow
has done, correct?
I'd have to struggle to remember
unintentionally funny things, and I'm not talking about making you laugh like, oh, that joke was hilarious. I'm talking about you have laughed either at something he's done or at his expense in some way.
But I think I've laughed at things that Mersh has done intentionally. I don't think I've ever laughed at an Aaron Imholt intentional thing. Like,
right. We're not going to turn you around. Like, there's no point. We're just
no. But I mean, I laugh when Aaron wanted to be the big boy and talk about orgasms, and his ex-wife went, "Well, you don't get me off every time," and he was insulted. I laughed hard. Joe Valentine 420. That is the deal for all promo codes. Incorrect. I have a promo code. And I'm not being paid to go to the Dabbleverse, and there has never been any. If you sell this many tickets, you will be invited. I think Mersh was straight up invited. Bro Patrick said that on stream. I don't think that applied to Mersh, but we'll ask Mersh. As far as I know, Mersh was invited as a performer, and they are not required to sell tickets. I mean, they want them to, but they're not required to. Heartily, I thought that was great. But I don't think they're alike at all. I just don't think they're good comparisons.
I don't think you're going to ever see the forest for the trees on this one, so it's kind of a waste of breath and time.
Okay.
To be honest. I mean, as far as that goes, it seems like you're pretty dead set in your mindset on it. So it's like, I don't want to keep going over the same thing. Like, I'm not that personally invested in Mersh to turn you around. You know what I mean? Like I said, him and I could squash it tomorrow. It's not that important. It's really not.
Right. And J-Mo, I guess, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to turn you around. I don't want to turn you around. But I guess what I am saying is, if you look at it from a different perspective, maybe it will appear differently to you. But
again, I had no issue with Mersh. I was probably way too fucking nice to this guy about some of the shit that was going on. But for whatever reason, because of what happened with the 911 call, he took it very personally and then decided to come bring that over here, which is, again, my face is on camera. So I get it just as much. I'll get it just as much as anybody else. So it's not a problem. But if you think I'm going to just sit on my hands and let a guy who thinks he's a bully but can't actually follow through on it, like eventually I'm going to say something.
Oh no, he absolutely expects people to just go away the second they get confronted whatsoever, and he's probably right 90% of the time. 9 out of 10 dudes will probably just run away like bitches the second Mersh says something to them on Twitter or about them on a podcast. Like us, for myself, here's a good example. Anytime my personal information gets like put out there, it's like, okay, and what next?
Mersh can't do combative on screen action. He cannot.
But he does that blood sports shit where he'll say like, "Oh, he lives in a trailer in Oregon." And it's like, all right, yeah, you probably would freak dudes out. 9 times out of 10, they would probably be like, "Oh no, he's gonna dox me." And it's like, all right, whatever, bring it, fag. I could care less. But yeah, he's probably ran off a million dudes doing just that kind of shit.
Yeah, because he's not like on screen. Like he's not going to get. He won't.
I think we've got enough of that, and I really need. This is the longest stream I've ever done, and I should really go to bed. And I was fine. Decline host. Hadn't thought about it. Decline host. Thank you very much. How long has it been since you smoked a cigarella? It's got to be at least 4.5 hours. It's time. It's all your fault, buddy. Schmuel's Vice is Sharpie fumes. Yeah, I like them. I usually use another brand that don't have fumes. You've got this Watch MK or Felicia or else. I didn't see either one of them on. But I need to go. Felicia got monetized today, so she's probably like streaming all night long, right? Past. The biggest problem with Mersh is he cries about the Dabbleverse, how much it sucked. But who's been the people giving him money, though? That 1,000 donor guy, the DV guy. I agree, right? Like, not Mersh necessarily, but yeah, I mean, but who gives any of these guys money? And I mean, what would you like them to do? You can't tell people what to do with their money. If they did, I'd like, to see John not be getting anything, until he gets his life straightened a little bit. But I don't get anything. So you say the biggest problem, and I think the question I would ask you is, whose problem? Whose problem is it? Is the Dabbleverse? Do you think like this is long term going to negatively affect the Dabbleverse? Are you like annoyed with it right now? There we go. Yeah, we are at 146 viewers, but I don't know if we can. AB says Schmuel's still sniffing that marker. That may be why I haven't had a cigar in so long. Because of his bashing of the DV fans, he hasn't been getting donos from the DV. I thought, wait, I'm sorry, man. I'm confused. I thought you said he was getting donos from the DV. Oh, you're asking. I apologize, man. No, that dono, the $1,000 dono guy was a Diver. It was a Dabbleverse guy. I don't remember who it was, but it was one of the Dabbleverse guys that gave it to him. But I'm not the best at this because I don't really watch most of these shows. I listen to them. But when I do watch them, I feel like the people that are in his chat are the same people I see in other chats. So there we go. I decline host. I would love to, but I only got about 8 minutes left in me before I fall over. So and believe me, Josh Denny fan, I'm going through it. If you want to send me the link, DM it to me. The DM should be open. Just send them over. 130 viewers asleep. You fool. You fool. The Dabbleverse already see him as a grifter, but asking for links. Right. I don't. I guess I don't know how. Past. I'm with you. Right. But what I don't know. This is, I guess, the question that I was trying to ask JMO last night is. They see him as a grifter, but they don't seem to be chasing him away, right? Like, if anything, they seem to be inviting him in more. Now, look, he may reach a point where you become so full of yourself and so annoying that nobody wants to have you around anymore. But that point has not been reached. That point has not been reached now. People are too sensitive. Mersh shit on his viewers, and he always has. I mean, and Melton shits on his viewers, right? I mean, it's not like it's a shitting on your viewers is a unheard of thing in this universe, whatever you want to call it, dabble, hack, that stuff. So it was wild to see Melton's God, I can't speak. It was wild to see Melton's audience all in hate Mersh when Melton was watching the porcelain doc, then accept him when he joined Supertip. Melton liked him, then turn again later. I don't know that Melton does Melton like him, or did Melton see him as a potential earner? You know, that's the question. And I know Melton and Carl are friends, and I know Moody and Melton are friends, and I met a couple of Melton's friends from England during Hackamania. So those guys are his friends. Tukey is probably a friend, but are the rest of the people friends with him? Like, would they call him if they needed something, you know? Or is this just a business thing? Like, I get the feeling that a lot of people who think they're Melton's friends, if they called up and said, "Hey, I need your help with something," it would have to go through a what's best for me filter before Melton decided to do it or not, right? I think you might get a lot of call so and so in the morning or something. So I don't know. He doesn't strike me as a guy that has a lot of close friends, unless there's something mutual bonding them together. So, but where is it? Mickey Bitsko. I can't pronounce that part. Melton has no friends, not even Moody. I disagree with you there because I've met people out there that were. I did meet friends, and I met people that really like Patrick a lot and say a lot of good things about him that know him. So there we go. Decline House. Melton didn't want to have anything to do with Pulper, even though both events were in Vegas. Imagine. All right. I don't know what did Pulper want Melton to be there? Was that like a thing? I mean, I don't know enough about stuff like this to comment. I think that the Pulper Fest that actually came off, right? Wasn't that that was Melton, that was Carl, and that was Dixon, right? Now Pulper wasn't there, so it doesn't really matter. And the first attempt at Pulper Mania seemed very much like a scam. So I could see Patrick not wanting to get involved in that. But I don't know. And I can't judge. I don't know. Were they friends before? Did they talk? I mean, I don't really know. I know Pulper was involved with a lot of people, talked to a lot of people. I think he sent Jake Hudson a lot of money. Stuff, but I don't know what his relationship is with Patrick. Moody is a creep for sure. Met Moody, talked to Moody, met him a couple of times. I got to tell you, he's not. I think he could come off as a creep, but he's one of those guys. He's really smart, and I know people will disagree with that and say, "Oh, he's lying," or whatever. But he's really smart, and he's got like his brain works on like this autistic spectrum, and so I could see how it would come off creepy, but he's not. He's really a very nice guy. The big thing is with him is that he'll quickly be able to tell the table 2 seconds after they order how much the check is going to be, including tax and tip. So he's there. Good question. Did you meet ISO? I did actually. I met ISO in Pottstown, his last supposed event, or last that I saw him. Unremarkable guy. We weren't discussing photography or computer technology or any of that stuff. A little bit, we were just kind of chit-chatting about Soul Joe's while Schmuel was taking a piss. And so there wasn't much to say. Would you have, like, was there a sign? Like, did he have a big letter P on him or anything? No. So that's the deal. I don't know that what you guys call, like, Mickey, the term autism gets thrown around pretty quickly, but I think Mersh has a touch of organization and things have to be done. But at the same time, last September of 24, my wife and I were flying into Vegas, leaving and coming back a week later. And I had a Hackamania poster that I left in the rent a car. I didn't have it. And I asked Melton if I could, if he had one, maybe I could pick it up or buy it from him. And Melton's response was, "When's your flight?" Told him when the flight is, and we all went to dinner. So he took us to dinner. So that a scumbag does not make to me. Now, if I called them up next Tuesday and asked them to help me fill the pickup with furniture, that ain't gonna happen. So, there's some stuff. Yes and no to your question, malware scan. I spent what one would consider a significant amount of time with Moody. I didn't spend a lot of time with ESO. ESO was on his very best behavior. And there was no indication of anything going wrong other than he was just constantly looking down, and every question was met with a 1 or 2 word answer. Ice Dancer was giving advice to the entire stream, which is she's going to bed. Thank you, Ice Dancer. I did send Mersh a message to say stop texting and watching and chatting while on stream because we need him back. And malware wants me to shut up. Lying to them. What am I lying about? Oh God. Oh man, does Karmic know this? I look again. Area of disagreement. Don't know Ice Dancer. Right? Never met Ice Dancer. Have had interactions on DMs. Seems like a lovely lady. But if I had a sister and you gave me the choice, she could have Mersh or she could have Karmic, I'd give her Mersh. Because I think in that case, she will eventually escape with her life. Karmic, I'm not so sure. So there we go with that. All right. Hey, malware scan, unbanned Josh Denny fan. Of course, the final boss. Ice Dancer. Pest. Let's see who else is up here. Mickey Bitsko, Decline Host. And again, Ice Dancer, malware scan, and unbanned Josh Denny. Thank you all for sticking this out. Your chats are fun for me because they're challenging, and I enjoy a challenge, and that's what we're here for. And hopefully, I'm not your just clown Dabbleverse show. So there we go. I need to get what is the Portman question, and am I going to be really annoyed at myself for asking for it? Pest, yes, I'll be waiting for that 20 at Hackamania. Yes, a rumor spread by Brian Landon and perpetuated by Dan from Nice Podcasts. So, yeah, I wasn't handing out 20s to anybody. Nobody. It's not my style. But I do. I think I know. Excuse me, to what he was referring, because I was standing next to a guy who was handing out money, and it was the guy who took out his wallet and handed out money. And if you're going to rob me in Vegas, know that I don't carry my money in my wallet, so get it out of my pocket. The Portman question is: you said Natalie Portman was hot in The Professional. That's crazy. Oh, it's crazy how you fucking guys change things. No.
I said it was the Eileen Wuornos movie, which I cannot remember the name, passing out here. She was the killer, the serial killer, like female serial killer from Florida. And what I said was, when you see her in the first scenes or whatever, I said she was hot as a kid, and it was very sad to see what had happened to her. But that hot as a kid scene is where she learns, if she, she lifts up her shirt to show her breasts, and that's how she can sell it. And she was being played by a 27-year-old Charlize Theron at it. Yeah. So no, Natalie Portman in that movie was different. Oh my goodness. Let's just say you're up there. Mersh.
Schmuel, what are you doing, buddy? Shouldn't you be going to bed? What are we doing?
I should. They convinced me. Rocco sent over he rated me after the stream. So I got about double the viewers that I would normally have. So I was giving it to him, Mersh, till I fell out and hit the desk asleep. And much of that was, discussion of you. And
you're not doing me any favors by making nice with me. I'm just telling you. But Merry Christmas.
Cool. I'm not trying to make nice with you. That's what these fuckers don't understand, right? Like you're not my buddy. That's what but the abject hate for you, I think, is a little ridiculous. I don't know if you got to watch that clip that I sent you, but
I was watching some of it. Yeah, and then I was talking to Ice. Like, I checked into my hotel. I'm trying to get shit. I was trying to talk to you, but my Bluetooth kept fucking up my phone, which was fucking up the hearing you guys, and it was like a whole thing. But
yeah, and we didn't want you taking a chance in getting in one of the Felicia Gillespie style accidents.
Yeah, well, first of all, I told that dumb bitch she needed to go to sleep because she's supposed to be with her family tomorrow, and so she shouldn't have been in a position to catch me driving. Really, frankly, it was one of them types of situations where it's like, yeah, you're both in trouble.
So
it's kind of like your chick working at a titty bar and not telling you, and then she catches you coming into the titty bar, and you go, well, it's like we both have some trust issues.
We'll have to deal with this at some point. But
so what's up? JMO? I never saw this. When was this? Because listen, Schmuel, I watch your show, but I don't watch Jay and Quad. I know they think I do because they're trying to start this whole feud thing with me, and it ain't gonna work. I put them on the pay no mind list. Like, they can join Jesse and the other boys, the ankle biters crew, and they can keep doing what they're doing. The genuine moral outrage streams don't do well unless you're like a fat chick and you're doing like true crime content. Like, you're in the Dabbleverse. So it's like I said earlier, be funny, make funny shit about me, but they can't. They're like, Quad's idea of make funny shit is, how funny would it be if a police officer murdered Chad Zumwalt at Mersh and Sandra? And you're like, well, I mean, it would be kind of funny in an abject sense, like in an artistic sense, but you wouldn't have been the comedian in that.
Yeah, I did. He got my view on that. I slammed him, but wasn't. I told you to start watching at 3 hours in, and that's because that's the start of the Mersh stuff with JMO.
He fell out. He tried to jump out of a tree to kill himself, and he fell into a pool and he crippled himself because he wasn't getting no pussy. And now, now he lived. So now you're an abomination with no legs, and now you think you're gonna get more pussy?
See, and this is the thing. I try very much to avoid using people's physical characteristics against them.
But no, Schmuel. He wasn't born with cerebral palsy. He wasn't struck with some affliction by God, like in your old fake Jewish Old Testament. This wasn't some weird, oh, that poor baby has cancer. This retard was like, I hate my life. I reject the idea of life. I want to die. And God, being the funny motherfucker he is, was like, I'll let you get so fucked up you almost die. And now you get to live with less what's a more Jewish story than that, Schmuel? You should love that story. That's like Old Testament Deuteronomy shit. Let's go. Let's go. Oh wait. Oh wait.
I'm just
I'm a cup of coffee.
yeah, that was
Can I turn into a cup of coffee on here? Would you let me do that, Schmuel?
I will, and I'm you're allowed. But JMO had not
Tojo
JMO
doesn't get the
Tojo.
same respect.
No, Tojo does not. Not until he appears on the stream as a human, then he does.
I like Tommy Jordan. You know why? Because like
Why?
Gummy Chainsaw does the Dabbleverse wrestling stuff, right?
Right.
So I like the fact that me and Tommy Jordan can be marketed together as sort of like, if you ever play WWE 2K, every few months they'll come out with like some new wrestlers that you can pay for that you're like, oh, Bray Wyatt's going to be in this game, but it's part of like a spooky pack with the Undertaker and some other guy. They bundle shit together. Me and Tommy Jordan are part of the DLC Wigger pack. It's going to be premium DLC. You got to pay extra for. It's going to be me. It's going to be Tommy Jordan. There's a few others out there that are ex-Wiggers, reformed Wiggers. I feel like JMO was a Wigger at some point, and he's pretending like he's not now.
I think he did do a Wigger outfit tonight. I think we saw that. So
I think we could get Ethan Ralph in the Wigger pack.
We can get him up off the floor.
Yeah, we'll pay him in peso.
Yeah, but
I got a garbage bag full of pesos. I'll mail it to him.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to hide the I wasn't gonna say Adderall, the other stuff, the Xanax.
No, I'm the Adderall guy.
Yeah. You gotta hide that. I was thinking about Prozalam.
That's Xanax.
Xanax, yeah. And
yeah, my buddy, his name's Al. His name's Al Prazolam.
Yeah, and I didn't think I could pull off the word correctly, so I just gave up.
So what are you doing? What's Christmas for you? You do the Chinese food thing? Like, what are you doing?
No. My wife is Greek Orthodox, and we will be doing it.
What?
And my family is I am 1/4 Yid. So
you're really Catholic? You're Catholic? Are you Orthodox? Like that?
They're Greek Orthodox.
That's based.
I am a stone cold atheist.
But yeah, I know that about you, which is why it kind of added to your Jewish mystique. I thought you were one of them.
I have a Jewish grandmother, and
she had some dominant genes, my friend.
So I'm like, what do they call it? Second Mishling in the second, or something. That was the Nuremberg laws.
You would pass in the Reich. You would have been fine. Porter's fine. Right. But what I'm saying, I'm not a Reich guy. I know you think I am. I just know a lot about it. It's funny. But no, my thing is so you had a Jewish grandmother with such dominant genes that you look like the ghost of a Holocaust survivor. Like, that's wild. Like, she must have been a powerful woman. She must have been a magical woman.
And so then my dad was raised. She was. I'm telling you the story, and you're catching me the last moment. And that's why she was a bit of a whore, and so she had my dad and 3 other kids, and took off. Started shacking up with another man. And then my grandfather, the husband in this situation, remarried another woman. And that woman was Catholic, and those kids were all raised Catholic. And I was
let me ask
raised
you something.
Catholic.
Are you militant atheist? Are you agnostic? Are you what are we talking about here? There's what I like to call evangelical atheists, who are the worst of atheists. They're the atheists that go out and preach atheism, and it's like, I thought the whole point of not having a God was not to preach your God. And if you're preaching an anti-God, that's preaching, you know what I mean? Like the preachy ones. Like most atheists would agree. I hate the preachy folks, but then they preach atheism, and you're like, what, isn't that what you hate about religion? You know? So there's that kind of atheist, they're the worst one. Then there's the atheist that only will bring it up or kind of bring it like, hey, yeah, I'm not into that. There's the atheist that, keeps it to himself, the stoic atheist, I call him. And then there's the agnostics, which would be the ones that would say, I believe that something's going on. I don't know, but I'm not going to start picking gods and murdering Iraqi
Right.
babies.
Look, I don't know if there's a God or not. It doesn't matter to me. If there is, there isn't. I
So you
am.
sound more like an non-evangel. You sound
I
more like an
am.
atheist who,
I am
a stoic atheist.
I am a dyed in the wool strong atheist. Don't believe there's a God. But
But you don't think there's
I'm
like
not.
not, you don't think there's anything out there?
I'm not proselytizing. I'm not out there getting people to. I don't care whether you agree with me or not. Not my job.
No, I get it. But that's my only problem with the that's what I mean. There's two kinds of three kinds of atheists, right? Because you have again the evangelical ones, which they become almost as militant and as obnoxious as the door-to-door Jehovah's Witnesses, where you're like, well, now you're just knocking on doors and bothering people about what you believe. And then there's the stoic atheist, which again I just say means like you're the one that stays to yourself and goes like, if people start praying because a fire breaks out, like you're not going to immediately go, oh, sorry, I'm being nice. You gay F slurs are ruining. You're wasting your time with your magic sky, man. Like you're the kind of atheist that if people started praying on a plane that was crashing, you'd let them pray, right? You just leave them alone.
Oh
And
yeah, of course I'd leave him alone. Because my whole thing with, it's not going to do any good, but it's not going to do any harm.
But you don't feel that need to say it to them, because that's my big thing with society in general. All of us nowadays feel this need to be like,
no. What am I going to do? I'm going to be on a plane crash. Going to be 136 people that want to pray, and one guy who doesn't. I'm not going to be yelling at that 136, going, "You're wasting your time." We're all
you're
going to
going
be
to be the
dirt.
one. You're going to be on the phone with your wife going, the auto pay missed on the power bill this month, and if you don't pay it today, there's going to be a 5% late fee. Also, I'm dying on a plane.
Right. All right.
I miss
No,
you. I
I'll
love
be
you.
the one
Bye.
like, listen, I used the platinum card to book this trip, and they
Make
have
sure you get the points.
double indemnity, common carrier accident, and we get extra because I had bags.
I respect that. You know what though? As a Christian, and as your wife's family probably do for you, I'm gonna pray for you. But you know what I'm also gonna do? I'm just gonna quietly do it.
It's
It's
quietly
kind of like
what?
this. I'm gonna quietly spiritually molest you by like occasionally praying for you, even when you're not thinking about it. Yeah.
Yeah. This. Trust me, there's a lot of that going on.
You know what I promise you I'll never do? I promise you I'll never text you and go, I've been praying for you. No, I'm gonna exercise my shit and you're gonna exercise your shit. So I'm just gonna I did like the Orthodox. You said Greek Orthodox Christian?
Yeah.
For real. That's crazy, dude. I brought my prayer beads with me for my trip. You want to see these, Schmuel? For real? I don't think I've ever shown these before. I have these are I can never pronounce the word used for it, but in Eastern religion there's a thing for it. It's like their rosary, right? It's not meant to be worn or like Madonna-ized. It's
Yeah,
just a little,
they would just call them worry beads.
well, it's just like two beads and then like a rope. It's a prayer rope, right?
Right.
And then I got this, which is a one of the icons, right? And these were handmade in a monastery, an Orthodox monastery, from a legitimate, for some reason, I can't explain it to this day, a fan of Nightwave. He was a shit poster that was with us for years, and he gave up literally all of his, like, he went and joined the Night's Watch, basically. Like, he can't own anything, he can't live a regular life. He went off to be a legit monk. Like, up in the like legit,
There's
like he's in a monastery somewhere, and they handmade these. And I'm gonna pray for you holding those things. And you know what, Shmuel, at the very least,
see that would be idolatry though, so you wouldn't be doing that.
what do you mean idolatry?
I'm praying to roses. I'm idolizing.
No,
An
no, no.
idol.
There's none of these are the idol was it's a bad word. It's a bad translation, but these are like when they have like say, but most of the ones with orthodoxy, it's Jesus himself. They're just different pictures and things. It's the idol, it's the item itself, not
Well,
the subject of the item. But I'm
I'll
just telling you, I'm gonna do some prayers in orthodoxy, and best case scenario, Shmuel, we're gonna make you a full-fledged member of the kingdom of heaven. If we don't, I've got Orthodox street cred, and when you die, I'm gonna marry your wife, and we're gonna go to Vegas. We're gonna spend all that life insurance money.
yeah. So the reason why those things are not idols that you're carrying around with them is because they're 2D images, and that's the
Icons.
way
I meant to say icons.
and that's the way
Damn it.
the sorry.
I'm drunk. I meant to say icons.
Okay. Big B, super tips are not being read, sir. So take a
I'm
look
sorry.
at that. Oh, look at that. Those things are 2D because the second commandment in the Bible is no graven images, right?
Yes.
And the
Yep.
way the Orthodox Church gets around them is by doing 2D. So that makes them not graven and then not idols. So
Yep. The thing is
Mickey
great.
Bitsko. All you nerds in here picking teams, trying to find a community, go fuck yourselves. Mersh killed it shitting on the D-verse for a week. End of story.
Thank you. And you know what, Mickey Bisco? It's I shit on other communities and then I praise communities. I'm just around, man. I'm just around. And you'll see the ones that start taking it very personal, and it's like, stop being gay.
Well, what is your argument if you have one to like there are people that seem to be offended with you that you've said things like you're here to destroy the Dabbleverse,
Mhm.
right?
Yep.
And that makes them crazy because it's like you're here to destroy it and they're still giving you
Mhm.
money. Why is that happening? Right?
Yeah, because I created the Dabbleverse and I'm going to destroy it. I am the Alpha and the Omega. They can be mad about that if they want, but everybody bitching about the Dabbleverse, these JMOs and these fucking Johnny come latelys can cry all they want. But it's dated back to where even the big scholars that talk about the origins of the Dabbleverse argue that Daddy was around from day one. So I'll be around at day one and I'll be around when we're doing the demolition. And I'm very sorry that not everyone's going to have a new job at the new place. That's all it is. The Dabbleverse is a casino. We're blowing it up with dynamite. And you know what? Some of you fucking poker dealers were dead weight. Some of you guys were losers and nobodies. And we're going to build something better and better out of not only the Dabbleverse, but like, keep in mind, I already destroyed the sector and rebuilt it. We're gonna create a board type thing. What we're working for is so progressive. It's the future. It's
Now,
better. It's
all
better
right.
for all of us. And the only people who are arguing against it are, frankly, no offense, the losers with nothing to add to the new regime who will be thrown in the furnace. The JMOs, the quads, the people whose legs don't even work. Like, we're going to create super soldiers. We're trying to create people that have, four legs going forward, not zero.
Well, if you use your whatever, not House of Dragons, the other one, Game of Thrones, right? Wasn't the little midget guy really the
Yeah,
power behind the
no,
throne? So we got to
no.
find a place for Quad.
Littlefinger. You're talking about Bran. You know Bran. But
Not
like, all right,
Bran,
you,
Littlefinger.
you were you were probably a Star Trek guy. You had to be, Schmuel. I'm looking at you.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay, so I look at what I've always been doing as like a board type situation, just to a much smaller scale. We're not as big as the board, but we're just a small group. We're like a
Mi-
pirate ship. We go around. And we go from port to port, and we get sometimes we get a soldier to rebel, we get intelligence, all of a sudden we raid a port, we fuck everybody up, we steal some shit, we leave, we take some slaves. Like it's nothing. Caesar's Legion. You ever play New Vegas?
No.
Shmuel,
Mickey
you gotta
Bitsko
play
for
Fallout New Vegas.
$3. Thanks for the content. What a freak show. Oh boy, it was.
And still is.
Thank you. Thank you.
But yeah, no, you got to play a game called Fallout New Vegas. Do you like video games, Schmuel? You got to play video games.
I don't play video games. But Fallout
How
New
much would
Vegas, isn't that what I'm watching on Amazon Prime these days?
No, that's a terrible. Don't even bring up that show. But no, Schmuel, what I'm saying is,
The chick is
how
cute.
much would I have to pay you to play a game on super easy mode? So like it wouldn't even be challenging, but the game itself was like a choose your own adventure book, like a storybook. If I could mod a game to
can we get it for PC or?
Yes, I can get it for anything, and it would be so heavily modded and customized to your shit that you would just have to plug it in and play and stream it.
And then
I
what
need
would
you
I
to play
learn
this
from this
game
experience?
it's only the greatest. It's the only video game in history I would ever equate to a book.
Okay.
Put it that way.
All right. And whose
I
history
want
am
to
I
see
getting?
Schmuel play New Vegas. Because it's like one part like history lesson, 2 parts like fantasy sci-fi, and like 1 part personality test. People that play New Vegas, watching their first playthrough, it tells me a lot about them.
Okay. All right. Find out if I'm a pinko commie.
If you like the chat, well, look, some chat. Even if you hate me, you can't not agree. If we could set Schmuel up to stream a playthrough of New Vegas, you guys would come on. You'd suck a devil's dick for that.
The chat that I'm seeing is Thug, the Mersh. We want Ice Dagger and Final Blob play game stream. Ice Dancer.
I'll tell you what.
Ice Dancer says no.
I might pay Schmuel to just do it on my channel if you guys are gay, because that sounds like an amazing experiment.
Oh, is that some kind of members only jacket Mersh is wearing? I have no idea. You wearing a members only jacket? Oh, this is your Ribera Steakhouse.
Yes, yeah. I'm rocking the drip.
And then wait. Now that Fug Mersh went right, I've read that one already. Decline host. This is disgusting. I think that's apparently one of your many fans.
Yeah, he likes me. I like it.
We just spent. I literally spent the last hour going over that stream from last night, and
that's why I wanted to pop on. I thought you'd get some hate donos, like
being called ball washer and everything else, you know. And
yeah, but you and I are nice. You and I argue in private. You just don't publicly do gay shit to like. By the way, Schmuel could literally, by the way, I give you full permission. You should do a whole show one day about everything you dislike about me, which you could do a whole show about. I'd be cool with it. But like, my problem with JMO and Quad is like, first of all, Quad's been trying to ankle bite me for so long. It's a joke now. It's like, it's like, all right, you guys have been trying to. And JMO is a guy that like, I only helped out early on when Aaron M. Holt was like, who's this weirdo? Like this random weirdo. And JMO got a lot of early support from me, and I boosted him by going, well, fuck Aaron. Like everybody should get subs and whatever. And then JMO, like, I don't know, got this weird taxi driver thing where it's like, yeah, we're cool now. And it's like, we're not cool. I don't even know you. I was just helping you out like I help anyone out. But like he's fucking weird. Like these guys are getting weird with the whole like attachment and the investment emotionally, and every point they argue from is from this moral standpoint. And I thought that the Dabbleverse was supposed to be a community of comedy creators. Like Tukey and Kevin and John and everybody, and then people make things about each other and everybody has fun. And now we're getting into this dangerous world where a bunch of people are making shows and they're going, hey, Schmuel, you're nice to Mersh, but like, did you know he's a fascist? And I had, again, light fascism. Rudy Giuliani was a light fascist. New York was paradise when I was in high school.
I'm on digital detox, but gotta say, look how smoke stained Mersh's walls are. Same color as his teeth. That's Brian Landon for $5. Thank you.
I can't smoke in here. That's crazy. That's bullshit. They probably are smoking.
Now let's
Yeah, it's
tell
a
Brian
cheap
he's
hotel.
in a hotel. Brian, this is not his home.
Yeah, I'm not in a nice one.
So, yeah,
I'm here for Christmas. So like, I'm gonna be here for maybe 2 days tops. I'm leaving the morning of the 26th. So like, I'm not here for a long time. I'm here to like sleep, come have a place to sleep, jerk off, drink Jameson, and sleep, and then go back to spend hours and hours every day at the house that Christmas is happening at. So yeah, why would I? This is in Vegas. I didn't come here to get. I didn't come to Rockingham, North Carolina, to get my dick sucked. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing?
yeah. And you know, you're not impressed by fancy hotels anyway.
I do. I like when I like we do Airbnbs, bro. When I go to Vegas, if I'm in Vegas or I'm in usually certain places, I get a nice hotel. But I'm in Rockingham, North Carolina. I'm trying to go see my nephew and his babies for a day or two. Chill.
That's what you should do over Christmas. Your lady friend is telling me that I need to go to bed. Schmuel, go to bed. She told me it's okay to kick you,
He needs
so
to
I
go to
should go to
fucking
bed.
bed. I've had it with her. She's been yelled at.
Yeah, no, it's fun. You get haters. I was trying to explain.
She gets haters now too, which is so fun. Like everybody just piles on her, and like I even told her because she doesn't even care. She laughs about it, but like I'm like nobody would pile on you if you were fucking anyone else or not fucking anyone. Then the whole dabble, it would be a simp fest. There would be fucking you all would be back in the simp trucks nonstop for Ice Dancer. But because she's dating me, she gets so much shit now, and I feel bad about it. She doesn't care, but I kind of feel bad.
Look, I mean, if you're going to date you, it kind of comes with the territory, right?
Yeah, she's a dumb bitch. She deserves some of it, but like, you know, some of it is like, whoa, you know.
No, I just, but look, I try to explain to these guys, and that
He
show
gets
last
so
night.
uncomfortable with my responses.
Like I'm trying to explain to Quad and to JMO, like Mersh doesn't care. Like I said, oh, he goes home and he doesn't think about you, you know. And Brian Landon test stream for $2, but literally everyone has already piled on lice. Yeah, that's good. It's crunchy, all protein. And but it's like, yeah, I'm like, maybe, you know, people say, well, sometimes we're laughing at him, sometimes we're laughing with him. It's fine, right? Like as long as the donos are rolled in it, right?
I mean, not all children of God except for Schmuel Buckman, who doesn't believe in him. Come on, amen. Let's go.
You know, so I'm what do you call it?
I think like
you come across to me as a guy. You come across to me as a guy who's comfortable with who he is, right?
Yeah,
and
I have been for a long time.
The fact that you are comfortable with who you are is what makes these people absolutely crazy. That's
they want to shame me
line.
for having all these things, and I'm like, no, I love all this shit. Like I again, I grew up such fucking crazy poor white trash and an abusive. Like I grew up like I shouldn't even be here because not only did I grow up in a fucked up household, I had like young adult years to figure it out, and I didn't. So like I failed and failed and failed and failed and failed, and it annoys people now that it's like, oh, now all of a sudden you're doing all right. It's like, yeah, look, I have survivor's guilt without any of JMO's or fucking Quad's help. Like, I don't need their help to have survivor's guilt. I don't need their help to think that I'm not worthy. Like, I say it literally. If you watch Nightwave at the end of almost every episode, I tell people, I don't deserve you. I don't deserve this. This is retarded. It's always been retarded and stupid to us, and we're fucking around. And you know, it's funny that the really recently the most vocal people that are disapproving of me are the ones that are the most moral fag. Did you know that? Oh, and did you know that? Oh, and it's, can you believe he would say this and then say, and I'm like, this is why Dan was bitching about Tukey. And that was my favorite thing, Dan going, oh, the God thing sucks. Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid has never done anything as good as God. And yet he's bitching about Tukey's worst shit. He's bitching about Muhammad Ali's like left hook, when in reality it's like you're Aaron Imholt. Like you aren't even a boxer. So like to start criticizing these dudes doing better shit. He shouldn't have dropped his left when he went in. Like, stop it. Stop acting like it is. He really, when Dan brought up the whole like Tukey God thing, he sounded like the fat fucking slob who's about to have like his third heart attack, eating a chili cheese dog, bitching about how Andy Reid didn't coach Mahomes good, and that's why his ACL broke. You don't know shit. You're a fat fuck loser. You've been watching the sport your whole life, and you have an opinion about it. And I get it. But when these quads and Dan start going, no, we hate the sport so much, we need to get involved in Andy Reid's life. You become that fucking what was that movie with Damon Wayans and the fucking Daniel Stern, the Celtic Pride? You become the weirdos kidnapping a guy from the Celtics because or you become Robert De Niro from The Fan. You become the weirdo like hangers on that are like, Bobby, I'm part of the baseball game. No, you're not. Fucking, you guys really should have never graduated beyond pay pigs. That's what you are. Make your little comments in the chat. Nobody wants to watch your stream. Get over yourselves. And it's
Final boss for $1.99. Merry Christmas, boys. Schmuel rock and roll. That'll be our
I'm
outgoing
sorry I went
song.
off, but I was like, I got cut off in traffic, or like not physically, but the internet, and I was mad because I was still making that point, and it all ties together. It's Quad, it's Dan, there's a sewing circle of women who are gonna do their 50 people streams, gossiping about people better than them, and they'll never admit that we're better than them, but we're better than you on every level. We're more interesting. We're better to the point where you're all talking about us, like to make more people watch you. You're like, you are a fucking digital cuck.
So somebody pointed out that Dan has done, I think Dan has done, if I have my numbers right, he's done 5 or 6 streams. The last 5 or 6 streams, he has not been able to get through a stream without mentioning my name. And and he and
has he made a joke? How many jokes did he do? How many jokes did he do? Does anybody ever tell you jokes he made? Does anybody have
0.
a favorite Dan from Nice Podcast Stupid bit
or
a memory?
Book. But and they've done 5 of these Mirror Musk life form shows on me, and I'm like, I am fucking nobody. Like really, I'm nobody, and I just like, and you're wasting your time on me. So I think
they're trying to do the kayfabe create. Like, again, these are guys that are trying to go, okay, feuds are what make shows happen. But they go into the feuds and they don't possess any of the things that they didn't need to get into a feud in the first place. If you do a show and you're funny, people will just show up and listen. Schmuel, I learned this a long time ago. And this is like, I know there's a bunch of people that hate me watching, and please, God, keep hating me. I've had, like, when I did stand up, like in the early days, the guys that we were all starting out with, like, they would write and write and write. And there were 2 guys, me and my buddy John McQueen. Me and John McQueen put the least amount of effort into writing comedy. We put the least amount of effort into, like, there were things we made up for. We were good at flyer, like we were good at other shit, like to make shows happen. But we just, when it came time to sitting down and like, we're gonna write jokes and punchlines, like we had bits that we would come up with, and then we would always be writing, but we didn't put that much. We were always out and about and just doing our thing. But John and I always had a funny personality, and it was like, we'll be fine. Just put me up there, like I'll do some shit, and we'll make it work. And there was, dude, even when I did stand up in the early days, when none of us were like I'm talking about the group of guys we were on the road with, were all making maybe 30, 40 bucks a night. And we were like breaking into new constructions to like just to sleep for the night and then sneak out like in the morning. And like we would do shit like that just to get by and drive like 4 or 5 of us in like a Honda Civic, like just to get to shows. And but like there's always been this element of guys that go, well, I worked on my thing and I want to do stuff. And like, why doesn't it work? And then me and John would always show up and be like, yeah, what's up? What do you do for a living? Like, what are we doing here? Like, and just work a crowd and work people. John and I were able to keep a captive crowd. We were not the best comedians. Like everybody on that tour, like the first few tours we did, everybody was a better comedian. Everybody was a better writer. A lot of people were better at every element. They got mad because me and John were the guys that just didn't do any homework, didn't help with the videography. Like we didn't do anything on the road. We would just do our thing and be like, yeah, what up? What are we doing with the show? Boom. And me and John would just kill every night. And it got people annoyed. And I've been experiencing this my whole life since I was in high school. I didn't do any homework, but I'd still pass tests. Some people get annoyed that like I'm uninterested in all of this, but I'll fill out every form you need me to fill out and create what you need me to do to like, like be, whatever certified to do this. And then I'll do it and I'll be better. And it's like, again, even Chad Zumach's one of these guys. He's scared to face me on stage because this is his career. Like, he should have been crafting all of this shit over time his whole life. He should be able to strike me down like Thor with lightning if he wants to. He can't. So he comes up with the mute button and all these other things. And it's like, dude, just let me. But this is why
remember your last
all these
stand-up
guys hate it. I
experience.
show up and I just take the test and I go, what did you get? 86. And I go, I got like a 78. And even though I got less on the test than you, you're mad because you spent all year studying and doing extra projects. And I showed up and went, yeah, I don't know, man, I'll pass it.
All right. A Big Black Newport, our favorite Big Black. People are only talking about Mersh because he's been on so many shows lately. 2 months ago, Mersh was barely on the radar.
Then why is most of my audience, which is bigger than, again, a lot of these smaller shows, why is most of my audience been around for 7 years?
It's a hell of a good question.
Like, I get in your, I'm trying to open their perspective. Like, from your perspective, you're a Dabbleverse guy. You go, oh, Mersh suddenly he's in the Dabbleverse. I guess he's relevant. I just got my YouTube back like 2 months ago, but if you go on Rumble, I've been doing all right. I've been surviving all this time off YouTube. So, if anything, it's not even the Dabbleverse. YouTube letting a bunch of us back benefited me more than anything.
Here's this is Flimsy Greenberg, right? Flimsy's chat. No one likes Mersh more than Mersh, and I think that's true, and I enjoy it. Agreed. It's like yourself. This is probably not what I'm supposed to find funny, but what I do find funny is your love of yourself and the way you translate it out through what you do.
But
either makes people laugh or lose their fucking mind, and there's value to both.
But I don't want people to get confused. Because a lot of people, like, this is what I'm saying. I think a lot of people that are critical of me think that I just love myself 24/7, right? I do love myself. Nobody loves me more than me. You are correct. Can I also say that nobody hates me more than me? Like, if that weren't true, the JMOs, the Quadfathers, and the Jesse PSs would have gotten me to kill myself a long time ago. But I can't even get me to kill myself. So when these dudes show up that are like, this fucking guy, he's a faggot, he's a loser, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, no, I literally look in the mirror every day and say all those things. So I will, Flimsy Greenberg, I agree. I do. Listen, my mama told me to love myself when she died, and she loved me more than anybody. I'm always going to love me. But also, nobody hates me more than me. And that's why all the haters don't get through. Because I'm like, yes, correct. Also, we're $50 short on the call tonight. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you're right. I'm terrible. I shouldn't, like, again, I just told you, I sign off my show every night. I don't deserve the people that are kind to me. I'm dog shit. Don't trust any of these people, including me. But yeah, I do love
it is
myself like a lot, but I
right.
also
Yeah,
hate myself a lot.
I do think it's funny though. It's like turning to a guy that you don't know, for like advice and stuff. Like,
But my people don't really do that. They might do
right.
it privately, but like never in this parasocial way that other people do, where it's like a super chat and it's like, please, daddy, notice me. And my girlfriend, look, I've had listeners and I've had people that have been part of our community for years that reach out privately and go like, yo, fuck my brother was in a car accident. He's not doing well. Or like these kind of like, and we have like a GoFundMe, and yeah, they ask me privately, and I base it on like, all right, have you been around a while? Like, do I know you? Are you not a weirdo? And we've done a lot of good with our community, but
Right. And a lot of these
like,
guys
it's not a
forget that
public gay
you
thing where it's like,
right.
please, daddy, worship me. And it's like, no, stop.
You've been doing Revenge of the Sis for a long time. Well, I said to JMO, because JMO was saying that you were having a parasocial relationship with him. And I was like, JMO, maybe you're the
What?
one that's having the
What?
parasocial relationship. Yeah, you have to listen to what I sent you. And
No, I saw the clip. I was watching your clip live today. You were playing it, but I didn't get like I was, bits and pieces, and I'm driving, I'm checking the hotel. But
yeah,
I did see that part. I'm like I do see what you were saying about him being parasocial, but him being like incredulous about it. Like he started sucking my dick. The only reason I know who JMO is Steel Toe went, ignore this guy. These listeners shouldn't have shows. They shouldn't have an opinion. And I just hating Steel Toe was like, everyone sub to JMO, get him monetized. I want him live streaming. It was me and like Lord of War handing out AKs that were going to get fucking seized anyway. It was like just like whatever. But like he took it and then he started DMing me all the time. And like even like Chow is another one that like you can go back. There's a million clips of me calling out Chow and going, he sucks my dick all the time. And I know he's disingenuous. Like they're all these disingenuous, like, yeah, let's make a thing. And it's like they all want to do a thing. The problem is they don't do like all the shit. Again, I'll go back to the Tukey thing. Tukey sucks.
mhm. Don't fall over. Oh, it's a mystery as he's walking through the room. Any second now, I'm going to have to jump. My head's going to hit the desk. Eccles just getting up in England and would like us to go for another 5 hours. Ice Dancer is going to be dating Karmic X soon. She's funny. Ice, did you call him and yell at him and tell him to go to bed? I hope that was your call. Found footage Mersh is my favorite Mersh. He's gone. It's so funny. All right, guys. While he's out, I'm gonna end the stream, and it's good. Anyway, all right. Malware scan to last. No, second to last. Stop trying to save her. Her judgment was bad enough to go with Mersh in the first place. She doesn't deserve Dave Sarah. Shit, Dave Sarah's in the picture, possibly. Okay, that's a dude that I could root for. I hope everything between her and Mersh work out completely. But if they don't, there is Dave Sarah. Karmic would kill her. And Echo Pineapple. I thought I typed 12 more hours. I must be stroking out. One of us is going to be. Eck. Oh, all right. That was a fake collapse, by the way. He didn't collapse. He bent down to get his phone. All right. Not true, Mal. All right. Anyway, if that's the last that anyone ever hears of Mersh, he will have died on my stream, so I will have gotten something out of it. And Schmuel Buckman, he's coming back. I know, but he's going to find us empty. And listen, we have 156 people watching. It breaks my little heart to have to say goodnight, but all good things must come to an end. And thank God I don't have X turned on, and then found out that they were all X's, and then that meant they were nuttin'. And decline host. No. Please. Let's get out of here without doing that. So I say we close this bad boy with probably some of the best Dabbleverse music you've heard in forever. Let me put it this way. This shit makes Ghost Party the music it's written on should be on the floor, and you should be walking on it.
Wanna play these 3 words, they're the ones that I live by. With bug eyes, there's nothing that